Morning. $71. Whoa. Why is this up so much? Holy crap. To acquire Redfin for $12.50 a share. All stock trade. Huh. Is Twitter down? I don't think so. I was just on it like 10 minutes ago. See money, different brokers allow you to trade right now. You can start trading at 4 a.m. Eastern on certain brokers. There's a session from 4 to 7. eTurd in its infinite wisdom doesn't allow that. So I have to wait till 7. Okay. There's some dumb shit going on.
Good morning, SJ.
Morning, Relic. How you doing, homie? 40 months. What a freaking OG. Oh, that's a buyout. It's off the list. Phase 2. All stock transactions don't usually get you the juice as a cash deal does. See if there's any kind of red to green thing on this. Big seller at 988 there. Jeez. What a bit there. Studying all our YouTube videos from oldest. Really? That is a genius move there. I would say the strat certainly changes, but it just depends on the year. Last year or 2023, you almost had to have a 5-minute with it. It was such a bad year, at least for my trading style. And I've always wanted the 5-minute to match up with the 1 minute. That isn't anything new. Just in 2020 and 2019, you could almost get away with not caring just because the moves were so violent anyway. Is Ross trading RDFN? No, he hasn't taken a trade yet. That was all me. Just getting the feet wet here. And normally I wouldn't either. But when you get a buyout that's an all stock transaction, a lot of times there'll be some slop there. I can't leave the clocks alone. So if we leave the clocks alone right now, hang on. Okay. In daylight savings mode, which we're in now, right? Spring forward. Is this how it would be for eternity? Like we would have darker mornings and more daylight through the day? Is that how they're proposing it? Or how the pro whatever want it? RFK made an interesting tweet the other day, or it might have been yesterday, about it. I didn't even think about it. I wonder if it would help those with depression to have more sunlight. TRVI coming up here. $15 over 4 weeks. That sounds like a pain in the ass for those that don't have automatic clocks. That sounds like a pain in the ass for your oven. Sounds like a pain in the ass for the bosses at work that have to deal with their employees coming in 15 minutes late for 4 weeks because they keep forgetting. Otherwise, yeah, I kind of like that idea. Practically, though, it's probably pretty hard. How do I feel about NASDAQ in 2026? Going 24 hours? I don't really like it. Unless the news cycles stay the same, which they probably will. You know, like right now, we know that if we wake up, the news cycle starts at 7 o'clock and every 30 minutes then on, right? As long as that holds up and like positive news on it, on stocks still come out at the same time, which they probably do because they want more people with eyes on it. Ah, damn it. It'll be nice to be able to play a stock that has news like over the weekend or something and be able to actually play in it rather than missing out on an entire move on a stock gaps up a shit amount, you know. That'll be nice. Or be able, on the flip side, to be able to exit a stock when there's bad news rather than waking up and hoping that you can exit a stock before everyone else and it's already down 50%. It's only 24.5 for now. For now. They're going to go 24/7. They will, 100%. They just got to make sure 24/5 is okay. And then they're like, well, 2 more days a year, that's a lot of money. 2 more days a week, I should say. That's a lot of money. The algo's got to run, man. The algo's got to run. It's going to mess up volume. I 100% agree. But it might not matter for us. I've been pretty consistent that I don't like the idea because it will mess up the volume. It'll take the compressed volume, stretch it out. But if we're playing news and news comes out at the same time, then it might be more important to wake up at 7 o'clock every single day. And maybe the 9:30 session becomes obsolete. There won't be that ding, 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 9:30 incredible volume. That might not exist. Again, this is just the NASDAQ, so there will be the other exchanges that aren't doing it. So we'll see. NASDAQ wants to close from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Been up at 7 for 10 years. What would that change? Yeah, I think the news cycle will stay relatively the same. If you're a company with good news out, you want it to hit, right? You want it to hit eyes. Tesla is just getting castrated, man. 250 on deck for today. What's up, Bishop? If you have bad news, you want that shit buried. Yeah. This thing's still juicing a little bit here. Well, this certainly shouldn't get to $12, so I don't know where the cap is on this. Eager to make money. I've been up since 5. I couldn't go back to sleep. Knock with the potential daily cock today. Now, I'm doing your lives. Which platform are you trading, watching at the moment? Like, so this is E-Trade Pro, which I don't recommend. For charts, I use TradingView, which is these guys over here. Best charts in the game. I think I have a coupon code for TradingView. If you type exclamation point, wait, you're over in YouTube. YouTube didn't have that fun stuff yet. Hang on. Hang on. You don't need to sign up for it's free for views, 5 indicators or whatever. One 10:55 break maybe for a play. That's flipping down though. little flat top here, 1055. Actually, no, correct 1055. Take that back. How much is trading view with your coupon? I think it's 25% off is what my coupon code is. I can't remember. Well, it reminds me, MentorQ has a coupon code that he wanted me to share with y'all. It's 40% off. I gotta attach all that this morning. I don't have it up yet, so don't try to use it. That's a nice one. 40%. What's up, killer? DWTX moving here. Runner from Friday. Oh, jeez. 716 said nope. Damn. So we're certainly, oh, there goes RDFN. We're certainly not in the same kind of market that we were in 3 weeks ago. So you got to be a little bit more cautious until the market shows you, yeah, okay, things are going to move today. Thank you, Wizard. 65 degrees. Where you at? Really is good. New York, 63. Damn. UTX. Jeez, look at the sellers. Yeah, it's a buyout. it's an all cash deal on the buyout. So a lot of times, or not all cash, all stock deal. So a lot of times the price of stock currently will not match that buyout price because that stock can fluctuate. Whereas a cash deal is, cash price ain't changing. I mean, you know what you're getting. Let's go killer. I don't know if I worded that right, but in an all stock deal, typically the current price of the stock will not match or get close to the transactional value. Whereas in an all cash deal, a lot of times you'll get pretty close. Good morning to you, Chickabow. Oh, that was good. Nice sloppy right on the face. Morning. Do I subscribe to market data? Yeah, you have to if you want real-time data. You have to. So I think depending on what exchange you want, it's like $2 a month per exchange. I think I have like 5 exchanges. So it's like $10 a month for me. On top of your annual subscription. Which, by the way, TradingView doesn't give me a dime as far as price off or anything like that. I pay just like you guys pay a year, but I still promote them because it's the best. They were paying $12 off. Yeah. Do you have to get market data separately? And I assume you've got I have the highest level subscription on TradingView. And then, yeah, the real-time data is separate. So here, hang on, let me pull it up real quick. Just so I can read everything here. All right, products, pricing. All right, so the different things you can get, the essential, the plus, or the premium, what you're paying for is more charts per page. So if you want to have 8 chart up, like I have over here, that only comes in the premium package. Otherwise, you would only have 4 of these up. It's per tab. So you can have multiple tabs up with different charts. Clusters of 4 per page or whatever. But if you want 8 on one page, like I have to go premium. You get more indicators. So I can have up to 25 indicators on the, right now I have 22. I would say probably 10 of these I don't even use on this guy. 20,000 historical bars. So if you want to look back in history on a certain chart, 50 parallel chart connections. I don't even know what that is. Price alerts. You can run out of those pretty quickly on the essential plan, which is the base plan. If I want to put an alert here, boom, I can have 400 of these across all my charts, and they do expire, so it's not like you have to go back and delete them. That was one of the things that when I had a cheaper plan that I got kind of annoyed with is you run out of 100 alerts pretty quickly. So 400 is nice. That's price alerts and technical alerts. Same idea if you want to put an alert on, a technical indicator. No ads, volume profile, blah, blah, blah. What does a premium get you? That the other ones don't. Export Ranko. If you're into all the other kind of candlesticks, that only comes in the more expensive features. Let up so you can see what I'm looking at. Why isn't this showing up? Stinking. I don't have any sources. What are you talking about? A complete page of. What the hell? That was weird. Okay. Let's try that again. So anyway, if you want different candlesticks, that only comes in these two, in the plus and the premium. Again, alerts that don't expire. Oh, I kind of like the expire part. Yeah, a lot of these things down here people won't really use, but the main things are the indicator changes, which you could probably get away with 10, because like for moving averages, there's some indicator add-ons that have 5 indicators on the one add-on, if that makes sense. So it's not like you have to have simple moving average 5 different times to eat up 5 of your 10. You can get someone's indicator that is 5 and 1, so to speak. So there's ways around, to optimize this. But the price alerts for me was a big one. If you're on vertical stream, you couldn't see what I pulled up. Sorry. I was just looking at the pricing stuff of the of trading. 2 minutes until 7:30 news, and we get some bangers here. All right, 20 seconds here. I look fresh. All right, let's see what we get. TSTV regains compliance. We saw that move some stocks Friday. That kind of a headline. TSTV. Trying. Oof. Jeez. Nope. MYS. MLYS. Positive. Uncontrolled hypertension. All right. Let's take this thing. LYS. Oof. Damn. $15.15. That 15 holds. $35, we could get something. Not back down we go. Oh, there it is. Spreads, man. Should have done better. Might retest 15. Yeah, I'm gonna get out. Got a nice pop, but there was just no way to exit. It just opened up and spread. It's a 30-second cock now. Yuck. TRVI. This is my UI show float. It's not on the screen, but it's up near the top of my screen. Above this, I have it. And it only shows shares outstanding, so it doesn't show the float. It just shows me shares outstanding. I have to look somewhere else for float. See these turds. Amazing. So we might have a 5-minute cut go here. We'll see. This lower Bollinger Band bounced up. Do I try Moon Market at all? Who's pumping it? I don't know who that is. Who's pumping SNOA? You got a pretty big following. Can you move stocks? There's so many people that are out there. There's no way I can know any of them, really. Here's my initial move. Nice. It's important to follow these people that can move stocks. MYLS coming back up. Or what is it? MLYS. It's really whippy. I really like it, honestly. SNOA. No volume. Back up there. Yes, Thomas. Hey, nice. Love to have some Slavics up in here. I love it, Thomas. I love it. Can we please get a fill under 25 here? TRVI, maybe a 5 minute. So 2 low. MACD still down. I'll take that. There it is. 17. Go high day. Lots of selling there. Get back up. Push through. Push through. Biggest volume camel of the morning. Come on. $19. Do some stupid shit for me. Big buyer here. And it's gone. Some garbage fills. What's up, saved 85? You trading anything this morning, saved? What's up, Motown? So it's a 5-minute here. Really needs to flip that one. Need and let's go. Welcome aboard, homie. So a couple things. You're getting the 5-minute cock, but that 1 minute is still down on the MACD. So we can get a false break and continue this move down. We'll see. That really needs to start showing some life. Just had it for a second there. Just doesn't feel like it's there yet. Get out of the way. Almost. Almost. Yeah. The MLS, MLYS, I mean, it's still setting up for maybe a high day move. See. Golly, 100 of you on Twitch already? It's too early, boys. It's too early. Go back to bed. Here's a cuck. See if this holds. Jobs to get ready for. How many of you trade while you're getting ready for work? You freaking degens. 100K volume, can't move it a freaking penny. Government stole an hour. Trade during work. Ross, he's only taken one trade this morning on DWTX and he lost $30 on it. Very light trading so far. That's right, Raph. The free Weeble charts aren't accurate? Really? That would be problematic. Oh, it went. $78 level. MACD's trying to cross. All right, minute for 8 a.m. Hopefully we get some juicers here. Market's already down 1%. What did I get for breakfast? Nothing. I don't eat breakfast. All right. Fine. CE. Securities 500K order. TNXP grant. Well, that's the former runner here, so this could move. See if that moves. No volume yet. Nothing. We got Greenland elections. They could go free agent and join us. Hey, that'd be sweet. G Dot. I saw that headline on G Dot NASCAR. HI. Oh, where I just typed that. BHIL. No. ELAB. TNXP. Why is this isn't moving? They don't say what the grant is for or how much, but it's a low float. Hoth daily cock here. Ooh, did not mean to. I did not mean to do that. But not that one. I didn't mean to do. Expanded access really isn't a headline, but I do like the daily. Pushing it right back down. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Almost got the daily. Damn. Damn. Just damn. I think I got in right before big pump happened on some chat rooms. I know a couple of them were looking at it. It got the daily there, 1532, but it's not holding up just yet. Yuck. Okay. That'll wake you up. That'll wake you up. Really needs to get back over this 1450 or we are going back down. No buyers there, huh? I just realized the chat replay on the stream. That's right, man. Trying to harvest that one community across all of our reaches. If you're watching on stream full screen, you can see everybody. Hello. Okay. Hello. $1,000 to start the morning. Let's go. Let's frickin' go. What the hell? It's the news play. They had just a news headline. The daily charts what really I was watching for. SPRC popping up. But it looks like chat rooms kind of got it going. And I just happened to get in right before. Now it's red. Well, this thing's not very explosive, is it? You have that 587 level. Hey, broke it. And you're back under it. Is it down 300? I have no idea. I don't get that data from eTurd. Yeah, there it is. I get the SPY info. Down 1.5% already, boys. Not looking good. Not looking good. PWR. Pretty damn spready. Jeez. Be right back. Dog sitting. No punching chairs or loud screaming. She's deaf almost, so she's an old dog. Is that Bob? No, it's a family member's. That is Bob. You got short Friday? Huh? Guess we're waiting for 8:30 news. Is there news? Really? That's what's gonna move. Neon. 50 months, dude. 50. Let's go. This market out of 10, how hard is it to trade the news? Not hard. It's just the news is lacking. So you'll see this a lot in bearish markets, not necessarily bear market. Well, bear markets too, but when the market looks like this, typically companies aren't going to put out, stellar headlines because they are trying to boost their stock price as well. They might hold off until the market maybe is in a bounce day or whatever. And if they do release news in days like this, it tends to get sold off. So when you get this upwards push in markets, you tend to get the moves with the news. But still, news can move stuff. BLBX merger. Spreads suck. Oh, they tightened up, but they oh my gosh. We gotta wait for that to tighten up. Freaking, it's thin. If it gets going, it's thin. Big buyer there. Seems to have tightened up a bit here. Maybe a 572 break will send it. Now 565 level. Yeah. Still tons of news out right now. The LCN. Yeah, patent is pretty weak news, especially in a garbage market. Okay, YO. BDRX. Okay, what's the news? Type C meeting for FDA phase 3. Okay. the greatest either. Float's small though. Small enough that it can move. What are we panicking about today? Love it. Well, a high day and the spreads. Okay. Okay. This is why I only took 500 shares. Piece of junk. That's off the list. That held up. Morgan Stanley reiterating NVIDIA as the top pick. Yep, keep coming down, baby. Keep coming down. HMR popping up. That's a former runner. Hey, daily cock on that one. This really needs to get it over 193. Watch this HMR. It's got to get over 193 and then we should juice. LIXT. What's this? BDRX trying again. Setting up a 5-minute. BDRX just doesn't even care right now. Jeez. How is that not going? Jeez. This is volume and it's not going. Okay. Oh, okay. We're gonna pull this shit today. Good God. There goes BDRX. 488. TRVI 5-minute. 6:30. Jeez. It's 29 tap. It's gonna break that. There it is. There it is. Ayo. What? It's like in the flash of an eye. Where'd it get to 650? It's horseshit. Oil tanker and cargo vessel collide. I saw that headline. BRX going for 5. Do I watch any shows on the right? No. I don't have any kind of normal TV to watch a show. And I find all recent shows and just most of them are pretty dumb. I think I watched wait, there's HMR again. Hang on. A joke. All right. Better Call Saul I thought was good. I haven't watched all the seasons yet. I have Prime, yeah. I just started there's some lawyer one on Prime that I forgot the name of it. I think it's got Billy Bob Thornton in it. There's buyer's hair again on this thing. $180's a level. That's the 5-minute. Bullshit dump and recovery. Gotta love it. Goliath, yeah, that's it. Before that, the series I think I watched was what was it, Billions or whatever it was called? The stock market trading one, or hedge fund trading one, I should say. Can't remember the name of it. That was good. They're coming out with another season. I haven't seen the ones that happened after COVID. Saw the one where they tried to film it during COVID. Downtown Abbey. Succession. No, I haven't watched that. Tell us again about the time you watched the old guy's balls. uh, I watch all. I haven't seen Homeland or Lioness. I don't even know what those are. 1 minute here, 483. I don't know if it goes or not. Actually, I feel like it's gonna be a false break. Let's see. Scalpable. I don't know if it's enough to pull this back up or not. Oh, it's trying. Yeah. She might be done for now. HMR trying again. They're trying to move it. All right, 20 seconds to 9 o'clock news. Don't know what this dog's doing. She's old. I don't want her to piss on my floor. Announces first partner. Smoker friendly something. Stock dividend. Don't they keep saying stock dividend and then they pull it back? April 22nd, close date. Yeah, I don't know, man. GV. Just start the recession. Can't believe it made me sell right here. And now what are we doing? Just grinding up higher, you bastard. TRVI might be setting up a 5-minute W. We'll see. This pre-market? Yep, this pre-market. Market doesn't open up for another 30 minutes or 26 minutes. TRVI just decided to go high today, so screw that 5-minute W. Market's open at 9:30, so 26 minutes from now. 9:30 Eastern. hell was the dog doing? She's looking at me like, I didn't do nothing. $45 stream. Let's go, bud. Holy jeez. These two data. Damn. Couldn't take down though. Me. 23andMe is almost a penny stock. DBAI. $13 million contract. We're up over 3.5 years. No thanks. I think I can start building a long NVIDIA near 108, 105, 101. At least I hope. I think if you're looking to pick, some stocks that we are in the range to start maybe nibbling. The question I have though is we need to watch the 9 and this 21 on the weekly chart. If this crosses under, we're going to have a much deeper pullback, and then it's probably going to be the buy. I think we're starting to, there's two things going on here. The flows of the market, which Kim Carson talked about 2 weeks ago, and the man was dead right. And you couple that with news headlines. So maybe the market was automatically pulling back, but you couple it with news headlines of tariffs or whatever, things that just, you have a machine moving one way, good or bad, but it's moving a certain direction. You change that machine, there's going to be hiccups in how you outfitted that machine, and things aren't going to work properly. And yeah, it's going to get messy, and it has been messy. Maybe people are starting to realize that. So you couple the flows of the market with the headline risks, equal how deep do we go? I don't know. Kim Carson seemed to think recession in the 3 months here, in the first 3 months, followed by the money printers going brrr. So it's hard to say. If we see any kind of change of stance out of the Fed, that would probably be the buy, the buy spot. Fiscal dominance. You keep saying that. I need to read up on that. NVIDIA under 100. Well, I mean, everybody, here's the thing. You might get that, right? You might get it. But everybody and their brother keeps saying NVIDIA 100, I'm buying. Everybody said the same thing at NVIDIA under 120, I'm buying, and those people are underwater. So I don't know. We'll see. This is the first time on a weekly chart, NVIDIA, the 9 has crossed under the 21 since, geez, since January of 2023. This is a pretty big change. When it crossed under before, that was about a year of downtrend before that flipped back up. 2022, January to 2023. That's a big change. Are you serious? So that's a pretty big deal. NVIDIA 80, you're buying. So do we see a year of downturn on NVIDIA? I don't know. I think there's a lot of headline risk with NVIDIA, with tariffs and stuff. I don't think it's because there's not demand, but I think it's DeepSeek did a lot of damage, thinking that people can do more with less, which they can. But I think the big players are still spending. Like Elon has mentioned that he's building out to double his NVIDIA purchases. So if he's one, and you got to think he's up there with the forefront of AI, everybody else is doing the same thing. We might not have heard it as clearly, but if you're pushing the boundaries of AI, you're probably going to be having to spend like crazy. If you don't need to push the boundaries of AI, then you're probably pushing the DeepSeek model, and your purchases probably didn't matter anyway. So I don't know. That's my guess on it. BBAI. Yeah, I think the float's huge on BBAI though. That's why I wasn't too interested in on it. What do you guys have on the float of BBAI? E-Trade showing 250 million shares. I don't know if that's right or not. If it is right, then I'm not interested in this stock. Get a headline. Found a new way to mine with cards. Maybe. 102 million. Yeah. Not really interested in this. All right. 5-minute break. Be back for the open. We're up $800 right now. Gonna let things settle in here. We might watch Tesla try to break 250 today. We'll see if it breaks 250 and keeps running, or is it 250 and bounce? I don't know. Here's that move. We'll see if that 250 breaks first time or not. Huge push. Oh, it broke. I'm going to cover half because I can't see where the hell it is. E-turret is hot garbage right now. Keep going. What? Some 5 more. Okay, this isn't updated. See if we got a bounce here. I don't know. TRVI dip and rip. Huge rip. Jeez. X pushing 27 right now. We got negative 600 on the tick. Nothing crazy. Spy November support. Okay. One day minimum on Tesla's around 238 to 39 range. So it's got a ways to go if it wants to hit that. See if we get a curl here or not. I'd be shocked if that 250 doesn't get retested. GR juicing. Bids are above the ask. Really? You're seeing it on your stuff, huh? It's the first 1 minute cock. Not the greatest luck. TRVI still juicing. This looks pretty weak here. 10 years coming down. All right, continuation. SNOA juicing. Nvidia, the buyers aren't there yet this morning like it has been on these recent gap downs. See if they show up a little later. Damn, good banana. TNXP coming back up. Is this all we're gonna get as far as this push?
GME and SPY crashing today, fam.
What's up, Luke? It's a failed cuck here. Might close us out. It's a failed cock into a failed. Okay. All right. Exiting the rest of those. That's a good trade. If it comes back down, I'll short it again. Oh, got filled. Somehow I'm red on it. What? Okay, horseshit. Okay, horseshit. Exiting half. It's not doing what I thought it would do. There it is. $0.40 spread on Tesla. What are we doing here? Okay. Having a hard time staying down right now. Jeez. Nope. So overall, decent trading on it. That last trade wasn't the greatest. TNXP coming back up to that 15th. Oh, it's broke the 1530 level pre-market and held so far. Yep, Tesla bouncing. We'll see where that goes. Previous day low. All right. Good call, Cheese. There's our levels on the ES. BDRX coming back up. Volume isn't crazy on this, which is good. Just chilling on this diagonal right now. Solar and UNG. All right. Doge lawmakers looking to defund Biden's anemic paced 3 billion EV postal truck boondoggle. That's the headline. Nvidia buyers. Yeah, they're coming in slowly here. Nvidia every day has filled that gap that it makes on a gap down. Almost every day. At least every day I could remember. I could guess I look back in, but I feel like every day that it's gapped down, it's filled the gap and then rolled over. So oh, gonna do it? Nope. Nope. Oh gosh. Cut and go and you fail, huh? 10-cent spread. It's good. Bitch, I hit. Oh, it didn't top ticket. Almost did though. Tesla back to lows. Holy shit, that was quick. That was real quick. Oh, blew through the lows. Wow. It's the excellent button. Yeah, I was looking at the correlation there. Jeez. It's a good call. All out. Watch it go. Immediately as I exit. Pieces of junk moved right back up. MLYS. There's a pre-market level there of 1572. TNXP back up. Over 70. Oh, spreads, jeez. GWTX come back up, suck a dick. Shut up stock. Time machine yells, I think Jensen. What are we going to do here? Make a move. TNXP 5-minute. Ooh. Ooh. Sturdy. Come back up. We got something. Am I not staring at Tesla? Because I keep missing the pullback. Or the bounce, I should say. That's why. I have it up. It's not like I'm blind to it. But I was looking for this move, which would have been bigger percent wise. It's moving. I know. I was short earlier. Did you see was it, I can't remember who posted it. The people protesting outside of Tesla's. One of the guys admitted he's being paid to do it. How do those, the only way that happens is if there's a large organization behind it. They all do that. Oh, for sure. Where the hell did people like sign up for that gig? I need to get on these lists, man. Craigslist. Seriously though, I mean, there's got to be a way to get to find out when you can sign up for this shit. Craigslist, no joke. You tell me these idiots are poking on not even like Facebook Marketplace? They're using Craigslist? You're not living in your mom's basement. Hey, for a free meal, I might. Still watching this TNXP. 1570 level. Tesla puts, yeah, they'd be worth $3 right now. But they also went to nothing. So I just didn't rebuy them back. I was looking at it on the retest at 250. I wanted to buy some more there. I just didn't pull the trigger. Nice work. Good banana. Switch out. Well, those puts made me 100% today, Cheese. Just saying. Oh, on some of them. Oh, 1550, you can hold. We got a diagonal here. The MACD is down. I don't care what they made the suits. They made more money than I could have made with shares. DWTX 873. Suck a dick. $9 DWTX. Dang it. Took it off my watch list. Now I have to put it back on because that move is dumb. 920. 7. Okay, that's a couple cucks that really didn't do anything. Musk is doing to get rich. Yeah, I know, right? And the amazing part is he's like, I don't care. I don't care. Dude, he says he's taking 3 months off of Tesla to go keep working Doge. Shareholders care? You're damn right they do. Damn, no one cares. I don't think he does. I honestly don't. When you got that many billions, like, you can afford not to care. Now, his shareholders certainly care. His board probably freaking cares. But I'm sure he doesn't give a shit. How many? I don't know too many. I mean, I don't know any billionaires, but my perception of any billionaire that's, visible on TV, the Cubans of the world and all them, I don't think they give two rats' asses about what anybody thinks. Ketamine solves all problems. Can you bankrupt your own company? Yeah, Trump did it 6 times. $10 billion or $1 trillion net worth, his life won't change. How many billions is he worth right now? I'm sure Google's got an answer for that. All right. So Elon Musk net worth. Oh, as of 2025, I don't know when they did that. As of March 6th, this is from Wikipedia, so whatever, but from March 6th, this estimated 342 billion. Yeah, he doesn't care about shit. Nor should he. At 300, how many billion? $342 billion. That's disgusting. Jeez. Must learn to listen with Twitter advertisers. They tried to corn cob him. Yeah. He literally told Disney to f off. Oh, gosh. That was so funny. That was a great interview. Was that Bob Costa that did it? That was a great interview. What was it? George Stephanopoulos? I can't remember. Tesla just burning right now. Again, I missed the bump there. Looking for this stupid play. Legally bankrupt a company and siphon money out of it. I was in a meeting with a wealthy individual one time. They wanted me to come along to the meeting with JP Morgan. And the meeting consisted of different vehicles to invest in, that since this person had a certain amount of money that they were privy to. And one of them was buying companies whose assets were worth more than the company, just bankrupting the company and selling off the assets. That was one of the strategies. So yeah, I believe it. Just straight liquidating the company, buying the company and liquidating it. So yeah, I believe it. vulture capital. Pretty much. But hey. CSPG 3. Isn't really? All right, this is going to take a little bit more time, it looks like. So this is coming back to it. Tesla's getting close to a bounce area. This is the intraday 1 day minimum down here at 238. So I would not be surprised to see like a 240 break and then bounce from there. What is the market at? Let's look. Whoa, are we below the 1 day min, cheese? Or do I just have the, oh, yeah, do I just have the wrong levels? Huh? Wow, we're below the 1 day. Okay. 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 Wish I would have paid attention to that. Tesla has that gap down to 220. Market getting ugly. Breaking all sorts of levels here. My phone's already blowing up for my friends. When do we near butt pucker levels? Asking for a friend. I would say a good indicator, if shit's hitting the fan, is our Twitch viewership. Well, you could probably view it over all the platforms, but specifically the Twitch one, since it's the most consistent. We average right now around 375 to 400 viewers. If you start getting viewer count in the 500 and 600 range, that means shit's hitting the fan, I think. We still haven't seen panic selling. We have not seen panic selling. This is the tick is at minus 500 right now. The VIX is up. It's certainly elevated, but it's not like everybody's freaking out to sell. When I get 800 viewers, blah, 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 yeah. Well, I mean, no, not financial advice, but I would say that's a very good indicator that people are finally getting worried. You know, if we get 500, 600 viewers. Yeah, I've been all cash pretty much myself. I try to do swings here and there, but I'm mostly cash.
time to buy the dip on BTC?
I think you're going to have plenty of time for that. Not trying to force that one. Another chance on Tesla here. All right. So Tesla's still not below the one-day min yet. See what happens. We're getting closer to it. And we have an end of day one-day level and then an intraday one-day level. This one will update constantly. MYLS. Wow, got up there. CMH. Jeez. Yeah, boys and girls, this week is pretty massive. Pretty massive as far as where we close. Here, check this out. We've been talking about that weekly crossover. That 9 and the 21. If you're on a vertical stream, I know you can't see it. I apologize. But we're looking at the weekly chart, the SPY, 9 and the 21. This is the weekly chart. This is when those two cross, that's when I sell everything. And I sit cash. If you didn't have such a stupid orange present. Speaking of Obama, when was the last time you'd seen him out in public this much? I think they're soft releasing the divorce of Michelle and him. I think they're just like slowly getting the public prepared. You mean Mike? Oh my gosh, you guys are so stupid. PTGX coming back up. Bitcoin below 80K. Wow. Tesla 5-minute cuck potential. 40.29. I think the dog is snoring behind me. Those are just joining. I'm dog sitting this week. I think it's snoring. See ya. Holy dung suck. I don't even know where I'm exiting. This thing's just all over the place. Where is it at? 64, 63. Covered the rest. That was a good trade. You're on the ball. You give me the secret sauce, I quit my job right now. Holy dung suck? I don't know. Just the phrase. It will get better price than us, Citadel Securities. That's so freaking true. What did she say? Intraday 1 day min on Tesla now 224. And that's face ripper. When did that drop that low? Just now? I don't have that cheese. When did you? I don't have that. You want to learn this? I want to teach it. Been doing it for years. Stick around, my friend. You'll get eventually. Oh, jeez. When does it update? Every 15 minutes, right? TNXP finally doing a 5-minute. Oops. Where can I learn? Here's a good place. This is the best place because we're not trying to take your money to teach you. Learning, asking questions within the first hour of trading from 9:30 to 10:30 is not good because most of us are really focused on trading here. We have a Discord that's really good. We have a section solely on questions, trade reviews here. I highly recommend people to use it. Anybody can answer it. It's like a Reddit kind of forum kind of stuff. From there, check out my YouTube. I have old videos based off of my trading style. I haven't done new videos off of it recently, like in probably 2 years, but I trade the same. So if you watch those videos and I break it down and how I trade and why I took the trade, it's still relevant. What's the dog name? Windy. The dog is like 14 years old or something like that. Tesla absolutely shitting a brick here. Show dog. You not see it? Laying down. That's the dog. It's a border collie. It was a great dog back in the day, but she's pretty fragile now. Actually, it's a great dog as far as border collies go. It's like the opposite of a border collie. Her sisters died as of like 6 months ago or a year ago. Her sister was freaking smart as shit. Smartest dog I've ever seen in my life. I taught that dog how to herd chickens in 2 minutes. Smartest dog I've ever seen in my life. This is the dumbest border collie I've ever met in my life. Absolutely stupid. I don't have chickens. No. It's not my dog. And her sister was not my dog either. It's another family member's dog. But anyway, this one, dumbest dog in the world. And if you've ever had two border collies together, there's always like one alpha and then the other one just follows the other one all around. So this one's followed the other dog around her entire life. Now that one's not around, so she doesn't know what to do with herself. But this one was dumb as rocks. But you didn't get like the crazy hyped up energy that came with a typical border collie with this one because she was dumb as rocks. She was more like a puppy her entire life until she's gotten this old to where she can't bounce around like she used to. She can hear me? No, that's the funny thing. She can't. She's 90% deaf. And she's snoring. So this one, like you would play ball with her sister. Her sister's name was Rainey. And, you know, would love to play catch. You throw the ball, the dog would go get it, right? Kind of stuff. Hand signals to tell you where it was if the dog couldn't find it. Smart dog. This one would go grab a leaf and run around with the leaf in its mouth, chasing the dog that's chasing the ball. Dog stream. So, yes, she'll be here probably till Thursday, I think. Like, no border collie does this. No border collie does that. And she'll do it all day long. If her entire life, she will do that. She's done that. E-Trade is the dog with a leaf in the mouth. Okay. Keep being pissed on the 4 counter this week. Yep, that's probably going to happen. If you see her walk around and I don't hear her, please let me know. Because she has to go piss like every 3 hours. PTGX is trying. How old is she? I think she's 13. She's old. She's got arthritis. Read it down 30% 5 days. Whoa. Jeez. So she's 50 in dog years? I thought you multiplied by 7 for dog years. Same age as me. Oh, freaking Nero Grande. No one got it. I love it. I love it, and then no one got it. What are we doing here? PTGX. Luca, I am your father. Is this the time to buy more? Let's look at the old swing account for those that don't know. I do accept bribes to buy a certain stock and hold it in the Diamond Hands portfolio. Currently down 8% on our Luke I am your father's buy. Provoked me to buy GME at 31.21. MLYS, high day. Jeez. 5 minute on that one is nice. You're approaching those pre-market levels. Watch that 17 if we get there. Tesla coming back down. Watch the 5 minute maybe. It's getting up there. Send me a letter when Jimmy hits mother ball short squeeze. People sound like Jimmy's share. I hope so. I hope you're right. I'm Luke. I'm Yafada. 39.43 5-minute cuck here. Probably going low a day. Market's trying again lower. See. Low a day. Down 9% today. Tesla. What's the P ratio of Tesla now? Is it actually getting close to reasonable? Take a look. Nope. Jeez. Forward PE is still 63. Oh no, that's at 42. I don't know what it is at now. FinViz hasn't updated yet. Oh, PTGX breaking range a little bit here. Bitcoin done because of Bitcoin? No, I don't think it's tied to Bitcoin anymore. I think it's down because the market's down, but also it's overvalued, 2, and 3, it's getting Elon's getting bad press. So those 3 are the contributors. But you could view Tesla like a Bitcoin asset. Bitcoin asset is considered, a super risky asset, an overvalued asset maybe. And Tesla's in that boat too. It's just always been expensive. Same with Nvidia. SNOA with the juice, huh? Perfect offer for a squeeze. I think it's got to shake out retail first. I think this whole market move has got to shake out retail first, and I don't think it has. Tesla tree shaking. It's getting there. What if we see Tesla 200 this week? And then retail's going to start feeling it. MLYS doing a 5-minute cuck right now. See how that plays out. Jeez. TNXP didn't play out well, did it? Piece of junk. Once they panic, SPY drops to 525. They all stop out. That's right. Nick knows what's up. Again, we're not seeing the Like retail doesn't have to sell right now either. They can diamond hands. It's when they have to sell. That's when we get that panic selling. Nvidia. We're gonna see Nvidia 100 this week? I don't know. Tom Lee on the compound. Oh, I don't think we did. We'll put the compound up here in a few minutes if there's a new one. I don't know who was on that we watched last time. That was a good one too. HMR coming back up. This is one that I was interested in on. It has that daily at 193. That would be a break of trend. Now you're breaking in one of these recent highs. Watch that one. In case it wants to do some stupid stuff. All right, 185 is the pre-market level. Good volume on it. There's the 193. Break it. Hopefully we pull back first. Oh, at 195, so we did break it. HMR's trying. It's good volume on it. Cheese, any suits talking about HMR by chance? This is that recent IPO look. Saying they might reduce Canadian tariffs, or Trump might reduce Canadian tariffs in April on oil, Canadian oil. That's the headline there. Got a quick pop and drop, so suck me sideways. Jeez. HMR is playing out nicely. Still in half. Just to lock it in. STSS. Yeah. Gotta hack this a little bit. Probably gonna visit the IMA here. MLYS 5-minute. Probably does something. HMR back up that quick. Wow. Okay. Hi, there's 17. $15. See if 215 can break. Second attempt. Nope. Another try. Good volume. Push it. Nope. $7,500 April 4th, 19 calls. Cheap way to play semis. That's on SOXL. Did you just tell me to buy options, Cheese? Need verification. This is you. The last 1 minute on this did really well, so maybe again. So another retest and regain of 2. Snowa. I don't have that one up. Put it up. It has done well this morning. 5 minute on it right now. Here's 208. Big buyer. And it's gone. Is it going to go? Yep, sure is. And of course, it filled me at 217. You piece of junk. Okay. So 220 level. Golly, it's heavy. Still in half out of the swing play. For $100 win. Video dumping. That's right, baby. Let it dump. Let it dump. Where's in bottom? I would say 100 test would be interesting, wouldn't it? Tesla regaining the 1 day levels here. Geez, I still don't see that 1 day min level that you were talking about on Tesla. PTGX going. Of course, I got a freaking horseshit fill. Look at this horseshit fill. Check your white box. I've updated it. It just hasn't moved at all. Someone else hit this candle, so thank you. So I'm not top ticking it. Goodness. Oh! Sorry, dog. Sorry, dog. She's deaf, but I just scared the shit out of her. Hot damn. The timestamp of the buy 10:49 and 12 seconds. And she's back asleep. Oh, you're talking about the white box. Let me look. What the hell? Yours open did 9:35. Mine's only done 9:22. What the hell? How do you have a different one than me? How do you update that? It's not eTurd. Both of my levels have only updated by 9:22. How do you have 9:35 updates? We're talking trade exchange here, boys. Calm your tits. HMR back up. I didn't sell all of it, did I? Yeah, okay, I still got it. Cheese mode. Well, if you ever want to let a brother know how that updated and I didn't get it, that'd be fun. Apple and Nvidia down 5%. Yep. It's a bloodbath. But we still don't have panic selling. Hmm. Ladybug was in my drink and I just put it in my mouth. I had to spit that out. That was freaking gross. Nvidia getting crushed. All right, potty break again. Be right back. course, HMR juices the 220, pulls back just in time for me to sit down. Tesla bottom. I don't know. We'll see. This is the 1-day min level. It keeps tapping that, call it 238.50 down through here. If we can get a move sustained underneath it, then we really start dumping. But not until then. Two for one squeeze up. I don't know if we'll get a squeeze per se. You might get a test of the 21 or the VWAP, but I don't think we're leaving this area yet. Up or down. BDRX. Off the list. Going for 55 here. Jeez. STSS still hanging out. Your confirmation. Do I like my new home more net? I love it. I don't know if I have a link to an easy way to link that, but I'll post you. I'll show you what I got. Yeah, I love it. It's a little. It can be a little overwhelming once you get into the settings.
Clipped, it seems like you don't pay attention to me anymore like you used to. Like you've moved on. Say it ain't so, Poppy Chulo.
Squilliam, first off, or no, I can't even tell who you are. That's Savage. Okay. Savage, I have to highlight your name to see. Look how your name shows up on screen. That's better than what I'm seeing. Let me show you what mine looks like. Okay. This is what mine looks. I can't even tell what this is. So in order to see who this is, since you changed your color to black, I have to highlight it just to see what it is. I'm not ignoring you. I just don't know who the hell is talking. Anyway, I'll show you what I got from Ubiquity. It's very good stuff. I like it. I really like it. So it's a little overwhelming because you don't know how it all works. Because I was used to, you get a router, you plug your internet into your router, bada bing, bada boom, you have internet. Their stuff works a little bit differently. You can buy a product that's like that, where it's a router you plug it into. But I wanted to be able to do more than just have a router and have internet. So you have to start off with getting what they call one of their gateways, which is basically their little computer hub that controls anything that you buy in their ecosystem. So, and like I was saying, you can get the Wi-Fi integrated ones, but I didn't get that. I got, which one did I get? This is the new one. I got the Cloud Gateway Max. That's what I got. So everything. So if I had a server rack to put all this in, I would have gone the server rack route and gotten, freaking, just because I had money to burn. What are they called? What do they call these things? Good banana. There it is. Dream Machines. I mean, this is way overkill. You don't need this. You really don't need this. But this is nice. So this is the one I got. This is the new one. It's just a little bit different. Integrated PoE switch. Anyway, I got the Cloud Gateway as the little computer. And then from there, you have access points that plug into it. So your internet would plug into this thing. So that your internet from your provider plugs into this guy. And then your APs also plug into this thing. So the APs that I got, I'm going to mute Discord. Sorry. Mine looks like this. It's like, where's their freaking store? Here, let's go to the store. It's a little easier. Okay. Wi-Fi. So I want, there's news. Hang on. Okay. So I wanted the Wi-Fi 7 router, which I got 2 of these, the U7 Pro Max. I thought I got it because it gives more range, but I don't think it does. It can hold up to 500 devices per AP. It's overkill. It's overkill. I had money to burn. So I got 2 of these guys. And I love it. It's a flawless system. I can move around the house and I'll switch between APs and there's 0 lag whatsoever. 0 lag. Like you don't even know. This wall would have been a nice video, I thought. Well, so I don't have them visible. So I don't have them in the wall. I don't need them in the wall. So what I did is I have two APs. I have one in the basement, which is just actually facing the wrong direction. It's hanging on the ceiling facing down like it normally would be. But then I also have one in my attic that I just hung up there, and it's facing down. So it's going through the attic or through the attic floor and hitting, my upstairs area. And I get great signal on both of them. No, I have good internet. Chicka bow wow. I have good internet now. So yeah, I couldn't have been more happy with it. Oh, I got some switches too. Switching. So I went overkill with those, obviously. I think mine had, I can't remember which one I have. No, I don't have that. Which switch did I get? This might be it. Look, I have no idea. Yeah, that's the one I got. Again, overkill. But this allows me in the future to just like put cameras all over my house, which I haven't done yet. But that's why I got this one. Dream Wall is everything all in one compact box. I tried to show it. The Dream Wall? Is that a gateway? What is that? A Dream Wall? Let's go to the US store. Oh, this thing? No. I ain't trying to do all that. You can't even see mine. My APs are everywhere and you can't even see them. Click your link. All right, hang on. Yeah, and I have no use for this. I'm not trying to have these visible all over the place. 4 spatial streams? That's not enough. It's not enough. Get out of here with this shit. No. I am not. I clicked your link. This is literally your link. This is literally your link. I literally scrolled up and clicked this link. Piece of junk. Okay, there's Dreamwall. So this is $1,000. Why the hell do I need this? Jeez, what is this? Wall-mounted 10 gig cloud gateway with integrated Wi-Fi 6, not Wi-Fi 7. Get out of here with that shit. I don't want no Wi-Fi 6. I don't want no Wi-Fi 6. I literally did this because I wanted Wi-Fi 7. Do you even know what MLO is? No one needs. No one. I don't need any of this, but it future proofs me. Pretty much nothing. My phone will. This one doesn't, but my next phone will. I've been meaning to get a phone. Just actually, no. My computer has Wi-Fi 7. Suck a dick. That I don't use, obviously, because it's plugged into the wall, but it does have it. Wi-Fi 8. Off in my. Wi-Fi 6. You think I got time for that? No, but I really enjoy it. It's really cool. The visuals that they give you, the topography of how your stuff is set up and connected together. It's really good. It really does well with integrating things that you might not necessarily be part of the unified network or your ecosystem, but it recognizes it and name. Oh, it's just great. I love it. Haven't had an issue with it at all. Or just suck it for UI. You can hook up Wi-Fi 7 apps to it. You grill it. It says Wi-Fi 6. It has built-in Wi-Fi. Yeah, Wi-Fi 6. What part do you not understand? Why? There's a difference between Wi-Fi 6 and 7. Sorry, dog. Enterprise dual radio Wi-Fi 6. Oh, you're saying that I could buy an AP for it and it would run it because it's a gateway. Okay, but I don't want no Wi-Fi 6 competing with it. I want pure Wi-Fi 7 in this house. So I'm going to go pay for this thing that I'm going to probably turn the antenna off on? Nope. So why would I pay $1,000 for this? What's on here that's that? So the ports. Okay. Let me just look. Let me just freaking look here for a second. So this would have to be the cost of my gateway and my switch to make it worthwhile, which it's not. Good banana. This is $300 more. So what am I getting for $300 more? You want on microphone? Oh, let's go. Get your ass in here. Where are you? You're not even in here. You're not even in here.
Hello?
There he is, boys and girls.
Here to explain.
All right. Tell me why this $1,000 piece is more important to me than my cloud gateway and my switch.
It's not. I'm going to back up. At the time, you originally
Goodbye.
sent a message and you said, okay.
Just kidding. You're still here.
Okay. All right. Originally, you go, hey, I want to get Ubiquity stuff. Can you help me? And I said, sure. And then you showed me chat, he took me to the closet that he tried to come out of. He shows me this closet and he says, I have a compact area. So I was like, okay, well, maybe the dream wall will work because you can put everything in a small compact format. That was originally what we were looking at.
You
And then I
never,
said, well, what about a rack?
you never told me about a dream wall.
I absolutely did. I got the receipts, boys. I got the receipts.
Oh, you know what? You probably did. And I said Wi-Fi 6. See ya.
Okay, so you could turn off I was putting in the chat today, I was like, this would have been a good solution for that closet that you showed me, which was very small and compact, and
Correct.
you needed something
Correct.
that was small. Exactly.
Okay.
So that's what I was originally showing you. And then you didn't want to go with a rack because it was too confusing and it didn't look like E-Trade. So I was like, okay,
That's not,
then
it's not
we'll
the
go
reason.
with the
But okay.
smallest
It's not the reason, but okay.
form factor, something that you're more familiar with, 2-3 inches wide.
Oh my gosh.
And that's what you went with. And it works great. You just have to use it a little differently.
Oh, so you pimped me a more expensive piece of equipment that doesn't work as good as the thing 33% cheaper than this.
If you look at the actual timeline, first of all, you didn't originally say that you needed Wi-Fi 7. Second of all, you could
I
hook
did
up,
over microphone.
you could hook up any AP, Wi-Fi 7 AP to this,
Yes.
and then turn off the banding on the actual device itself. That way you have
Hmm.
Wi-Fi 7.
So I'm still paying 33% more.
Again, it goes back to the original target, which
Wi-Fi
was
7.
a tiny closet chat in the middle of his mom's basement
Oh my.
where he wanted to install everything. And I tried to help as best I could, and I got shut down. And then now he's been making me donate subs every month
Yeah.
to make up for it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, you get feet pics in return, so I don't want to hear it.
Also, I set up how
Shut
many
up,
different brokers
Soils!
to look just like E-Trade.
TOS?
I've done TOS to make it look
No, I don't
better
want
for
no
you.
I don't want no
I've
TOS.
done Active Trader Pro, the new one, the new beta. You have to admit it looked pretty close to E-Trade.
It was pretty good. I mean, I can't remember where the what the issue was that I had with it.
Well, it's in beta, so
That's
the
right.
part.
That's right.
I'll never convince you to move off of what I'm staring at now, which is
You're on
terrible.
Fidelity, right?
I use a bunch of different stuff just to try them out, but mostly TOS. 85% of the time TOS.
Explains a lot.
I mean, Nick's on it, so that's all I need to know.
And Titan.
And Titan.
Cheese uses E-Trade.
Cheese has, a Bloomberg terminal, so we have no idea what he's doing. So anyways, thanks for the chat. At the time I was trying to help you. You ended up with the smallest compact solution you can think of, and that's
I did
fine.
good, didn't I?
Great. And you even helped someone else. You helped your girlfriend.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I
Cheese,
dropped
I
that
know
in the
you
chat, I
got
have no
E-Trade.
idea.
Don't even tell me you don't.
Get him banana, I see you cheese.
That's right, Quad.
Yeah, I used to stream. Someone just asked that. I don't have a trading channel, no.
I tried to get Good Banana to stream when he was at Vegas, and he didn't do it. He's got too drunk.
So first of all, I did turn on my phone, and they go, yeah, you can't do that. You gotta put that way. So I was like, all right. I guess there's only a couple places that allow you to pull out your phone.
Really? Oh, they're thinking that maybe you're relaying to someone that's got a computer to run like blackjack hands or something.
I guess, yeah. Actually, I didn't even think about that. It was like, I wonder if they don't want you to record because they could see some like imperfections in the cards or something, and then someone could tell you when to bet, or like roulette. They know where it's gonna land.
Wait, they know where it's gonna land? In roulette?
Yeah, I think there's ways that they could calculate like the speed of the ball, and you can still bet like I guess the way in roulette that it works is you can still bet before the ball lands, and then they cut you off, so you can kind of determine where it's gonna land.
Holy shit!
Like computers can, obviously people cannot. Like no one can
Right.
get that in their head.
It's impressive.
Maybe I'll stream one day. Maybe it'll be me versus SJ. E-Trade versus TOS. First one to blow up their account wins. All right. Thanks, chat. Take
Later.
care. Have a good day.
Well, I'll say this. Gabbana is one of the few people that can afford a microphone. So that's good. Sell the rest of HMR. That's just a little too ugly for me. Come back to it. Let's talk hockey. Rip. Okay. Rip, you're going to rip me a new one is what's going to happen here. This is not even fun for me right now. All right. We got, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next round of the playoffs here. First round, Texas Squid beat the Mighty Cucks 1,000 to 9,006 and 971. Absolute just scorched earth over there. I think Mighty Cucks, didn't you win last season? I think he did. I think he did. I can't remember. So, the defending champ is out. Sorokin, this cock, a la Rip or Dip, beat Looney. Moving on. Moose is loose, beat. Oh, no, this is the Moose is loose, beat Zach. And Googly, who hasn't set his lineup in forever, beat 3 Pedestal. Okay, so these don't matter. So now we're in the second round. It's me versus Rip or Dip. Let me tell you something right now. It's not looking good for me. My team has been absolutely decimated in the last 2 weeks. Auction Ripper, got it. Absolutely decimated. I've had to drop Jack Hughes, my second round pick. Just drop him. He's out for the season. My second best defender, 4th overall in the league in points, had to drop him. He's out for a month and a half. Chris Kreider was on IR. He just came back. He doesn't hurt as much. Brad Marchand, LR, probably still week to week. Probably won't play him at all. Absolutely decimated. So here I am going against Rip with a beat down team. I mean, I picked up Boone Jenner. Boone Jenner. Oh, it's rough. I replaced Jack Hughes with Boone Jenner. Hims is on the LLY headline. I don't see an LOY headline. Anyway, long story short, this is going to be a long 2 weeks. I need a miracle to beat Rip. Yeah, this is fantasy hockey we're talking about. MLYS breaking pre-market highs now. Ah, good. Do I like SOL at any price level? I don't like any crypto until the next cycle, where I think the cycle top is in. So I'm not touching this stuff for a while, unless some miraculous news shoots it back up. But I haven't liked crypto for 3 weeks now, 4 maybe. And I'm not trying to get in front of that. I think it's like 94,000 that Bitcoin has to get over for me to start liking crypto again. Bottom in, boys. Buzz, let's go 43.
Wow, nice sauce packets. Cheers.
General Doggy Day? Huh? Oh my gosh. I just looked. I see. I'm looking at general check. I think she has to go pee. Let me go let her out. Be right back. She only wakes up if she has to pee. Looking at you, dog. Can't hear me. So with this. Thank you, money. Is Twitter down? I saw that they had issues this morning. It's supposed to be back up, and it might be in and out right now. Yep. Members mentioning that Twitter's down again. It's coming for trade exchange. MACD still down on this. 5 minute is there. Just scared that it could be a pop and drop. Whoa, PTGX. Breaking through some levels. Behind it was this guy. See if it holds up. Joby's getting close to where I want to be buying on this thing. Why he would want to tank the economy? Well, I don't think he wants to tank the economy, but if he did want to tank the economy, then it would be get interest rates down. Who says it's Trump? Yep. We need to, oops. No, watch this. Hang on a second. I'm not going to be able to pull it up, am I? Nope. It's Trump. All right. This is what we need to watch again. This is a month ago now. This is a month ago.
That the market closed the gap from the Trump election right at the time when Mr. Jem Carson, a regular here on the Schwab Network, suggested they might. He's a senior managing partner, Kai Volatility Advisors. How you doing, Jim? Good to see you.
Good to be back. Good to see you.
I feel like you're probably riding pretty high right now because we got a few things you were looking for.
This isn't the one video I was trying to find. And if I find that, I'll play that. But this is a good start.
The yield got close to 5. We got the 10-year to 4.8, which was one of your predictions from last year. And then you had a pretty nicely timed tweet that basically said the election gap would close essentially the day it did. Which of those matters more here? How do they fit together?
Oh, well, the gap close was, that was going to happen eventually here in January 13th. We got it right to the day. That felt good. But the bigger deal is yields. Yeah. Bigger question is where are they going next? And, just like we called for 5 when we're sitting at 3, we're calling for 6.25, 6.5 here.
Wow.
Now this year. That's going to be a very interesting move. I think it'll happen gradually. I don't think it's about to take off there. We could digest, pull back a little bit even before that. But I do think we hit that, in Q3
right
probably,
that,
not even by the end of the year. And I think that starts a bigger decline that I do see coming out on the horizon. That's at least one of 2 paths that are really sticking out to me at this point.
Can you help me understand in a brief diversion, because we got other stuff we're going to hit too, but maybe what Waller's thinking when he sees 4 cuts this year? I mean, didn't we just realize in the last 3 months that cutting when GDP is 3% kind of makes the bond market do wild things?
Yeah, I think the Fed is pretty much understands that the market is everything. And it's not about whether they're going to cut or not. It's about the narrative and supporting markets through this period. Especially coming into the spring, it's well understood if they can keep a cap on interest rates early. This is why, like last December, they were also surprised. Everybody was surprised at how much they were really trying to put out that they were lowering rates.
I found it, Chickabow. We'll watch it next.
Effects in the economy are very tied to that spring. So if they can do that early, that's really good for the market and the economy. But they have to get out in front of it. And if they don't, weakness begets weakness. And they really don't want to see a weak move into March here, which I think is very possible if they're not accommodative right here. They don't want to see that 10-year yield creep higher from here. Weakness, and remember, it's a $100 trillion equity market. If you got a 10%, 20% pullback, that really starts to affect the economy. The market leads the economy, and that liquidity will then need to be countered, and it'll probably be too late at that point. So I think they're really trying to be proactive, particularly at the end of the year they were doing it. They're trying to show again any chance they have that they can do that, they are going to do that.
Do you think that over the last 3 months, that move from September into the 4.8 for the 10-year Was that because they were cutting? Because then we get into a tricky spot where if they try and help the market by talking too dovish,
That's
then
actually spot on.
rates will keep going up, right? If you think that was the causality.
We talked about that here. I mean, you may remember 6 months ago.
And I'm convinced it was the causality.
Yeah, when we talked about why will this go to 5, you're like, whoa, 5, how, really, that's a big call. Remember, the reason was because they're going to be aggressive in cutting, which is structurally inflationary. And to be clear, if they are accommodative here, the market will hang in and we won't have that decline yet. And instead, we'll get a blow off top.
Okay.
They are trying to keep the plate spinning, but these yields cannot keep going where they are going, and this be sustainable. It's not. You know, yields can't go to 7, 7.5, which they will go to be clear, if they are as accommodating as they said they could.
Okay, so what they really should be doing is talking what? Like tamping things down?
I mean, it's a dangerous act at this point. Valuations are really high, right? You know, liquidity, there's some liquidity issues coming on the table. We have a new administration, all kinds of potential risks, right? But imagine now that they don't do anything and they're behind the curve. So they're trying to do the lesser of two evils, I think, and project that they're cutting, but that's ultimately going to drive yields higher. It will probably drive the market higher if they're really aggressive and then really get a blow-off event, which will be worse. They're actually provoking volatility, not compressing it, in my opinion, but it's a balancing act. And I really feel like if they don't do it now, we're going to get a decline sooner. And I do think it'll be a big one, 30 to 40%, if they they don't start cutting and projecting monetary policy here early.
This sounds like a bit of a more kind of a macro-driven kind of volcanic type of event that you're describing than I think a lot of our conversations, which are these kind of periodic moments of weakness, windows of opportunity for weakness. It sounds like you really think that the pot might be boiling over in a way here this year. Is that fair?
It's a function of timelines, right? When we talk flows and macro, we're generally talking weeks, months, maybe a quarter if it's a big end of the year thing like we talked about. When we start talking about years, that's when the big picture stuff matters, right? And so yes, it is a bigger picture. We talked in detail about the election years and how over all the populist elections were an average of 21% up, right? And that all of them were positive double digits. And if you pull
What he just said right there is something I didn't know until this election cycle, but I will be paying attention to it for the rest of my life. When he said a populist election cycle, whenever we have those, the average mean in the market move up is 21%. What he's saying is whenever the popular vote and the presidency winner line up, meaning not the electoral college, but like when they line up, the market tends to move 20%. And that's exactly what we did.
Pulled out those election years, the election years were 5%. That 68 to 82 period, 14 years, went nowhere. If you pull those out, negative 10 per year in real terms, over 70% loss. Those are big macro picture things. That's a function of liquidity during...
No, 20% up. 20% up. So after the election, you get a 20% move in stocks. So like Obama, 20% move. Trump this time around, 20% move.
Election cycles and what happens afterwards. Guess what? We're
That's
no
huge,
longer in an election year.
Huge move.
68, 69, very similar type of setup. Go take a look. You get a very, very positive election year. New president and Nixon, who in a lot of ways mimics Trump in a bigger picture way. For the first 6 months, things were okay, kind of chopped around. Remember, tops are processes. Bottoms are events.
Okay.
So this, I believe, unless the Fed gets involved early and changes the trajectory of this,
which they're not,
is a topping process we're amidst.
And they would have to do that by sounding more hawkish.
No, actually, they would. If they are dovish now, they will extend the story. They will get more of a blow off top.
Right.
And then the decline will come.
Right.
It'll just come with higher yields a bit later. So 6 months, a year later. We're not talking about years later, right? So this is a function of path, right? We know the destination in terms of macro. Okay. The question is, what are they going to do with liquidity to change that path?
Okay.
And if they're trying to keep the plate spinning, which they're prone to do, new administration probably pressuring the Fed as well.
Yeah.
Right. If they go that path, then you likely won't get the decline yet.
Right.
Because those flows act in the short term.
So he's giving the dovish scenario right now. Tesla down again. Damn.
Not ticker Tesla, TSLA note shares at 10% down for the day. Shares SSR, TSLA.
Tesla's SSR now? Damn. Damn. So he's giving me the dovish scenario, which led to the blow off top, which we're not really seeing. Fast forward a month. I haven't seen any kind of dovish take from the Fed or turn or pivot.
You're building the tender for a big fire.
Squeezing the shorts, you push the thing up. It's a volatile market up, not for a day or a week, for months. Think 98, 99, right? These are big rally years that ultimately are undone.
Yeah.
Right? But the path is different because of liquidity. Greenspan changed the game there and led to a bubble. It wasn't the irrational exuberance, it was the liquidity, right? And so if they decide to pump liquidity, we will get a blow off top.
Sure.
And it will be volatile, and it will be long vol, right? That will not end well, and it will not be years, by the way. It will be maybe another year. But the picture from a macro perspective is not good, and the market leads the economy. So if we start to get a decline, we will also have a recession in Q3, Q4, which does not look like it now, but it will come on the back of a market decline. And so the question is, what is the Fed going to do? Are they going to be actually accommodative, dovish early, and try and keep the plate spinning and force a real liquidity push into a short, a market they'll be able to squeeze the shorts into high valuations, or are they going to wait, see what happens, and then be too late?
Okay.
And then catch a declining market.
And I think that's where we're at right now.
Which
too late.
Again, I think will be 30.
But would that be the
40%.
more?
I'm talking like a 30 to 40% decline by next year if they don't do that.
Okay, so if they don't, to be clear on that point, because the question about whether or not they could stop setting the tender for the explosive fire by being more hawkish relates to that point, which is, are you saying that either way,
this was a month ago,
going to be that type of event basically at mid-year? Because it sounds like, one, if they're too dovish, they're setting the tender for the burn.
The timing
changes. Okay.
That's exactly.
If they're more patient or hawkish, if you will.
To be clear, if they are.
So let me be clear. Both of his outlooks lead to a big decline in the market. It's just a matter of when.
Dovish. We get a bigger, faster move up.
Right.
And it probably doesn't end till September or January of next year.
Okay.
Okay. If they are not, if they are, let's wait and see, in front of inflation, right? I think we get a decline and force their hand. But I think amidst that decline, it'll be too late.
Okay.
Because
for what,
the
the
amount of
economy?
liquidity, again, you have to understand, people miss this, that when you remove 20% or 15% from a $100 trillion market, you remove 15 to $20 trillion of liquidity from the market, collateral.
We've also got households more tied to stocks than ever.
That's conservative, right? And so you have to understand there's a momentum aspect to this. And so if a decline takes hold in this environment, it will be too late. They will not be able to do enough, okay? And amidst that, I think, and again, I don't see that happening in the next month or two. We're talking, if that were to happen, it would probably be closer to June or Q3.
Okay.
But again, I think that decline is the more likely scenario because I don't think they're going to be as dovish.
He's right.
New administration. You hearing something from Waller, like you said, it's possible. And Trump is a Nixon-like figure. Arthur Burns, their echoes there, right? I wouldn't be surprised. We've been talking about this for some time. If ultimately he does put some pressure to run a little bit hotter.
Yeah. It seems like that's the plan.
Yeah, and if that is the plan, so kind of let's see what happens. That's important. I mean, there's a big picture, macro picture, but that liquidity matters over the course of the next 6 months to a year. And there really are, I want to be clear, people are going to say, well, you're calling up or down. Thanks a lot. The reality is there's 1,000 paths. I'm giving you 2.
Right.
I'm giving you 2 paths and time and speed and direction. And a big move up would end up at 6,600. Okay? That's the type of move you're getting here. And if not, we're going 30 to 40% down. This is not a sideways market. This is a volatile market coming. Prepare for it accordingly. Long-dated calls, I've talked about this before, are way too cheap. We're talking about a 10.5 vol.
Okay.
It's insane. You should be we've said this before, they've been very lucrative by doing this. Own those, be short stock against it, because if the rally comes, you're getting volatility upside, you're getting leverage to the upside. Those will perform into a rally, and if we decline, you're short stock, and those things are cheap.
Okay. Do we put on the bond shorts now? Is that the stock trade, the two paths that you gave for the stock trade sound like things we have to watch and set up for? Own the calls, sell the stock, but in terms of the timing for those two paths, those are mostly like second half events more likely. For bonds, if we're going to get to 6, should we be taking this opportunity to sell bonds already?
No, wait for a pullback. I would say, again, watch monetary policy and what they're saying. If they are running it hot, then yes, you want to short them as soon as possible.
Exactly.
If they're not, you really want to wait for a pullback, right? Before you get that. But again, I'm talking about for the pullback in the market, which would drive.
You're talking bonds or stocks? You're talking stocks?
Pullback in the market, yields would need to come down when that happens, and that pullback in the market is not likely coming until later. So.
Okay.
Two paths for bonds, let me be clear again. I think the first one involves a small pullback here into the next month or two, followed by a continued run in yields to closer to 6.25, which would then provoke the decline.
Okay.
Okay. The second path is really accommodative monetary policy, crazy steepener, and you see things run quicker and further faster.
Well, the dovishness equating to building the tender for higher yield sounds like every time somebody like Waller comes on, I might as well start loading the boat if it's going to get there eventually. If I date my
all right, that was that one.
Far enough.
Agreed, but again,
This is the recent one that we just watched.
NVIDIA started off strong.
This is 10 days ago. This one was 10 days ago.
Went red. We're bleeding out. Jem Carson is here with us to try and figure out why and what happens next. He's a senior managing partner at Kai Volatility Advisors. Great to see you, Jem.
Good to be here. Always fun.
So causality first, timing-wise, what do you pin this on the last week, going back to basically Thursday?
Well, I mean, understand that we've highlighted this exact window for months. And so people that sit out there and say, oh, it's NVIDIA earnings, or it's nonsense, right? These are the flows, stupid. Right, March is a big OPEX. We've talked about the Feb March window for years and how COVID, was defined by the day after Feb OPEX and the day after March OPEX. By the way, nobody talked about that. All of a sudden, you start hearing about it the last several weeks out of nowhere.
You've spoken about that timing before, which is that the Feb COVID sell-off. I mean, this is pretty much almost like the same week.
Correct. And we've talked about this for a couple of years, how important quarterly OPEXs are and the tinder that comes from a quarterly OPEX can be to help generate a decline. The vol risk in a portfolio is tied to where the positioning is, and the positioning tends to be concentrated in these quarterly expirations, especially after a big ramp up, end of the year, all the excitement with the new election, all the vol coming off the table at the end of the year. January, February are the parts you want to be careful of right at the options expiration. Of course, Friday options expiration was the opening of the window. So not a surprise there. A little bit more vol dampened, right? Part of that is because I've been talking about it. A lot of people didn't talk about it. Jamie Dimon sold his stock. Warren Buffett's been massively short. Stephen Cohen comes out. This isn't new news, especially because the administration's telling you they want the market lower.
Okay, this part's interesting because I saw this in your notes, and I was literally talking about this with somebody at drinks last night, which is, and there's a whole bag of like worms and can that you can open if you go down this road, and maybe we have to at this point, but they were making the point that maybe they do want to talk this market down.
Accumulate the two videos. This is just off of Schwab's. This is Schwab Network's
seemingly the number one
videos.
But that would seem totally different than the old Trump we knew, who always wanted to talk markets up.
I don't know that they necessarily want the market lower. They want the economy lower, but the economy itself will drive the market, and it's a reflexive loop.
Why do you think they want the economy to be soft?
Because they are targeting the 10-year lower. We're reaching a 5-year anniversary of the low in interest rates. I cannot emphasize enough how important that is. Do you guys remember something called a
This is the newest one.
Hey, they're still coming out.
4 years and change ago, everybody came to raise money. It was being given away for free, whether you were venture capital, private equity, real estate, mortgage, you name it.
Market update, S&P
People
futures,
came to the window and took money.
Dow
But
futures down
5 years is an important day.
Nasdaq
down Luna?
People think about,
Crude
you know,
is
if you're
down
venture
46
capital,
cents
if you're
at
a
66.
startup,
As in Stellar
you're not gonna
Luna?
give away all
Stellar
your equity.
Luna?
You're not going to raise for the
The
next 20 years.
cryptocurrency?
You're going to raise for maybe 5
At
years to make sure you have enough
$4.53,
leeway.
gold
Okay.
So everybody
down
raised, and it's not a linear
$2.20
process. There's a big
29.11,
bump
Bitcoin futures
here
down
in the next year of liquidity coming off the table.
79,000,
Everybody needs to come back to the market. You're starting to see bankruptcies tick up as a result. People having to come raise. There is a massive lag to interest rates. People have been saying, why in the world, Jem, is the market up, 60% with interest rates going from 0 to 5? Because there's a lag, because everybody borrowed money and has money. The problem becomes when people don't have that money anymore and need to come get more, right? When there's an expiration date to these loans, to this money, and it's not linear. There's a big bump in it, and that bump starts in Q3. Trillions, tens of trillions of dollars, right, coming out the table. Now, can you counteract that? Yes. If the market gets going up, it could create its own liquidity. You got $200 trillion of assets. If they go up 10%, that's $20 trillion of liquidity.
Okay.
That they can create liquidity through QE, but the Fed has been hemmed in by inflation. So the only way that they can deal with this at this point is one of two ways. To either get the market juicing higher, right?
Yeah, Luna is
Which
Amazon.
can stimulate inflation itself.
Or that's what the one they're
or
using,
get
right?
bonds lower.
Okay.
Right? And do
It's their
QE.
crypto gaming
And so the
platform, but
idea
there's also
is
a
get the
token,
bond, the 10-year
Luna.
lower,
So which
so
one?
the refinancing that comes in can be, done at a lower rate and counteracted by the demand that's coming in.
Okay.
Otherwise, everybody knows there's a big bump going there even higher if they don't do this. Right?
Okay.
And so that 10 years is the focus. Now, I don't think it's going to succeed. Right? There's been a lot of examples of this in history. Trump is very much a Nixon-like figure. All the supply-side economics that he's trying to do, whether it's reaching back out to China and trying to make a deal, trying to emphasize a monetary policy to be lower, whether it's any number of like the Doge initiatives, right? All of these are not demand-side economics. They're not the populist economics that we've been doing because that's what people want. It's actually trying to give money, tax cuts as well, to the rich to help stimulate in a way that's not inflationary.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's the big puzzle, is that how to keep the economy going in a way that's stimulative but not inflationary.
Correct.
When you talk about
CK,
trying to
Resources,
keep the
the
economy a little cool, a little
39.5
soft,
calls
so
expiring
that
on
the
Friday.
burden
Trading
of debt is
That's
easier
record chart
managed,
kilo.
starts to get a little bit kind of like conspiratorial when they say that they want to do the opposite. That they
Well,
say
it's not a
that
conspiracy. Donald Trump has, for his whole career, this is not political, seen what's out there. He's a great marketer, sees what's out there, wants to give people, sell what people want to them. Now, he doesn't always give them what they want. He makes money on the back end any way he can, right? Same here. You tell people, politicians have done this. It's not just Trump. Politicians writ large have done this since the beginning of time. Tell people you're going to give them what they want.
okay.
Behind the scenes, you do other things.
So all that talk that he says about how they're going to get rates to come down, cut rates, think it's all bogus?
No, I actually think that's real. But the populist policies he's going to implement, he's not doing. They understand there's only one cheat code to this whole mess. And they've done it for 30, 40 years. It's what caused inequality and what caused populism, which is supply-side economics. Keep interest rates low, send money to capital, send money to assets. The rich people and poor people, will get what they can along the way, right?
May
And that will
2022.
mean that we don't have inflation at the end of the day, and the assets
gonna ask
will keep going and
ChatGPT.
the economy will grow.
Okay.
The problem for the last 5 years has been people are angry. We've gone from hope in Obama to burn it down in Trump. And the generation, which are millennials on down, who have most suffered from all this, are angry. But at the end of the day, if they get what they want, which is populism, that's inflationary. That is tough for asset markets. That is tough for markets writ large. Now, it's not necessarily bad for the economy.
ChatGPT says
And
that's
it's
one
not
of the
bad for
biggest
media.
crashes
It's
in
actually
crypto
good for the
history.
media now.
Okay.
But the problem at the end
It's
of the
May
day, people
2022.
want markets to go higher. We don't want a liquidity issue after all of this time. If the administration wants that, they have to go back to supply-side economics. And by the way, Nixon tried the same thing. He opened up China, right? He took us off the gold standard in Bretton Woods, right? Everything that he did at the beginning as a Republican was supply-side economics. That's what Republicans do. The problem is, it ended in price controls and Watergate. Because people are angry, and if they don't get what they want, which is a rebalancing of inequality and maximizing median outcomes, they are going to be on his lawn next. And so right now, you know, supply side economics to the rescue, try and fix inflation, but in the long run, politically, it's going to be unpalatable for people. And if we go into a recession, which is what they're doing, they're going to push this
Was
into
it big?
recession.
Luna was over $100, fell to nearly zero in like a couple days, right? Let's see. Let's chat juice. Luna, which was worth over $100 a coin, fell to nearly zero in a matter of days. The collapse wiped out over $40 billion in value, leading to huge losses for retail and institutional investors. The event triggered a wider crypto market crash, leading to the bankruptcy of major players like Three Arrows Capital, Voyager, and Celsius later in 2022.
To pull demand off the table and then respond with QE.
ABC and
Okay.
That's the recipe.
You think
Since
this
the
is
beginning
happening
of
this
time.
year?
So this is happening this year.
Okay. All right. So take me through the steps. Then
NBC.
we got kind of the political driven, you know, your logic for how they try and navigate this. Back to kind of the vol and the timing and stuff. How long this window of weakness? How deep? And is this a process you see as being a gradual one, or are we in like crash risk?
So right now, to be very clear, this is the beginning of a window of weakness and a correction. I do not see this as a current 20% decline.
Okay.
We've been very clear. We highlighted this many months ago that starting in around February options expiration, we would get 10 to 12% decline. Right? Still think that's the case. It's very orchestrated, controlled. Entities were prepared for it. Again, we talked about all the people. The communication's been clear. The administration's been pretty clear. Here it comes. But just as clear will be a response with QE, right? On the other side, monetary-driven policy.
I think
Target
that's
zero.
what Q3.
I don't know
When does that
why
happen?
the suits
No,
are
that happens
mentioning
sooner.
Luna.
Yeah.
That happens sooner.
Okay.
I believe that happens probably in the next 3 months.
Do you still think?
What do you say?
Driven policy.
You think that's what Q3? When does that happen?
No, that happens sooner.
Yeah?
That happens sooner.
Okay.
I believe that happens probably in the next 3 months.
Do you still think this year we get 6% 10-year, or are these things going to actually work to some effect to bring that down?
Well, you know, last year, if you remember, we called for 5, and
Right.
we got it about 2-3 weeks late.
Yeah.
Right.
Still got real close though.
Yeah. What I think actually is this decline as we go into recession. So for 3-4 months, will in the 10-year will continue, and inflation will come down.
Okay.
But as QE hits, call it in 3 months or 2 months or whenever it is, right? I think there's going to be a knee jerk. The front end of the curve will come down. The back end will kind of soften. That'll be a buy the yield, sell the news, whatever you want to call it, event.
Okay.
That'll eventually take that 10-year higher. So I do think we're going to push back towards 6. It's still my view.
you think it's the second half?
However unpopular that was earlier, now it's even more unpopular. The best time on these secular trades, and we've been doing in this trade.
You think that's second half of the
I think
year,
it's second
basically?
half, yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Jem Carson, big stuff laying out there for this year. Interesting conversation. I like the.
So Homeboys was calling for 10 to 20 or 10 to 12% in March.
Coming from Axios, says government suspends the free COVID test distribution program.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He made that call right here. Probably was filmed on this day or one of these 2 days, right? Frickin'. Where are we from peak to trough here? 8%. We just did March. So that would be here to here. That'd be 5. Jeez. We get 10% this month. Does that bring us to this level? Close. It's by 540 basically. Tom Lee. All right, let's get the compound on. Find it real quick. You think 550 is it? It's a big psychological level. We probably blow through it and then maybe reclaim. My guess. Holy hell, my Tesla puts would be $5 right now. That's why you always leave a runner. I know. Got it, Darksy?
So I had a realization today that Stephanie Link is the most powerful person on Wall Street.
There we go. Stephanie Link?
So we walk into the Rainbow Room, Mike, and Stephanie has what looks like the green room for our podcast, basically. Here's who's there. Karen Finnerman, Shannon Sakosha, and Bryn are on stage with Stephanie.
How's that look? Let me see.
Dan Greenhouse, Dan Ives, Tom Lee, me, Jason Trenner, Jason Snipe.
Jeez.
Who else was there? Who am I missing?
Bill Baruch.
Bill Baruch.
I mean, just so you know,
The CIBC.
you are
Belsky.
overkilling
Belsky's there.
completely,
Alex Kantrowitz is
Mr.
there.
Battles.
I'm like, what is going on?
Who's in the audience?
It's
There
like
was no
a-
audience. It was just like everybody from CIBC.
The Dream Machine is
It's
complete
like
overkill.
100 financial advisors that work at Hightower,
Okay.
and
For what are you covering? Is this a house or is this like a business? 4 APs? New house? How big? $10,000 square feet. I mean, I think their newest cameras, aren't they the AI one with the ones with the AI in the wording? I don't know. The cameras you can ask Time Taker about. I'm not up to date on them as much because I haven't bought any yet. But you got everything. You got your access point. I'm sorry, your Dream Machine as your hub, and everything is going to plug into. You got your video recorder. Jeez. 4 access points. I think they have a newer version. If you want the best and latest, the U7 Pro Max is what I have, but I think they have the U Pro AI, which is basically the upgraded version of the Pro Max. I think I'd have to look at that. It might be called, yeah, is it the E7? Is that what they call it? I can't remember. Let me look real quick. Oh, they don't have the E7 in ceiling mount? Oh, it's so much more money. Jeez. 1,000 different. It's ridiculous. Okay. That's just so much overkill. 1,000 different things can be attached to it. I mean, your cart looks good. Again, complete overkill, but I love it. If I had a rack, that's probably what I would have done. That's probably what I would have done. I would bet that's probably what Good Banana has. I know him and Time Taker. You got a Dream Machine Pro, right? Have a cause of Furac. Nice battles. Don't run no cat 6. You get the best cat. You get the best. What are we up to, cat 8 now? You freaking go that route. HMR back to high a day. Holy hell. All right, let's play this again.
So I meet Stephanie's father, who I've met before, and he's a financial advisor. He's at Morgan Stanley. So I said, this is unbelievable. I can't believe like she threw this event. And he's like, well, she does this every year. I'm like, oh, all right. I haven't been invited until now. I didn't know this was a regular thing.
I think it was normally at the New York Palace.
Okay.
And then this year they moved it to the Rainbow Room.
I was just very impressed. When Stephanie asks people to do something, everybody says yes. And I'm an immediate yes.
This is the
Yeah,
compound.
I'm an early member of the Stephanie Ling fan club. So I thought that was pretty cool. That's a crazy view from up there, the Rainbow
It
Room.
was. Actually, the AI panel, because I sat through like most of the morning,
Yeah.
it was actually really useful.
Was Alex on that?
Yeah, it was Alex, Dan Ives, and Bill Baruch.
Yeah.
But Alex was talking about some really crazy things happening with AI. He was saying like voice is the big thing.
Okay.
Like the big application.
Okay.
And then he was saying like dating is like the second big application. And like
What,
some
like dating apps?
proxies for dating, like people are interacting with their AI as if it's their significant other. He was
Yes.
saying that one company
What?
was talking about how like some people are
Oh,
training
don't act
themselves to be-
surprised. Don't act surprised. Don't act surprised. Who didn't see this coming? The prophet, a la SJ, has been saying that since the dawn of time. That's where we're going. Dudes are freaking smacking the ham, looking at things online anyway. What's the difference if they know if it's a real person or not? They don't care. Whatever gets the rocks off. They can pretend.
be better dating counterparts by practicing on
AI?
AI, and so then they go on real dates.
Okay.
Oh, I
Um,
heard that. I was just at T3 for advisors, and they were saying there's going to be a service that simulates a prospective client call.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
yeah, and then Alex was saying that I don't know if this is
Practice dates, that's weird.
yeah,
I guess practice makes perfect.
yeah, and he was saying like another thing was when ChatGPT added the Scarlett Johansson voice, that's when they broke out of the funk of users. They were like stuck at 100 million users, and then as soon as like they introduced her voice, is when like they doubled in a month.
Are you serious?
Jeez.
She got paid a lot of money for that.
Oh,
Or didn't.
actually,
No, she did-
no,
she-
they,
oh,
They
they sued them.
simulated. They did a
Yeah.
fake voice.
I think she sued them.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
They
That's the
stole her
story. Okay.
voice.
yeah.
Oh my
and then
gosh.
this other, so Alex was just giving anecdotes. And he said then another guy trained an AI model. I think it was like one of these where he trained the AI to handle interviews for him. And so then this AI's been doing interviews of like CEOs for him
Really?
using audio.
So the AI is having the conversation, and what does the guy do? He hits
He-
publish?
It's a clone. Like he's not even present for the interview.
That's
And then he's
wild.
just reviewing it. And then he tells the CEOs that he just did it. And the CEO's like, oh, I was a lot more comfortable talking to this guy.
Wow.
So
Huh. Maybe we could do the show that way someday.
That's the
know.
way it's going, bud.
Could we do, I don't think an AI knows what I would say though.
Knows exactly what you would say.
No, I'm not. I'm extremely spontaneous.
it would be
So-
very scary.
Well, I'm one of these people that just doesn't believe that AI interactions can truly replace human interactions. I know that
Says, go right now to the dudes that are freaking smacking the ham at some AI chick right now. Go tell them that.
they can simulate an interaction really well, and I know it'll get better. But I do think that there are things that happen in the moment
He's
that
in
you
the
can't
fuff.
program in advance.
Yeah.
So
Well, yes. I've seen like AI fakes of them pretending to be me, like on WhatsApp,
Yeah.
and like me pitching a stock or whatever.
yeah,
And I agree with you. Like it's like if someone didn't know me, they couldn't tell the difference. But since I know me, I can tell it's not me.
right. So the
For
question
now.
is, what percentage of the population can tell it's not you? because you're not supposed to be fooled. Everyone else is supposed to be fooled.
Yeah, and
What do you guys do about those, by the way?
well, our team, including Alexa and Jill, who are here, we document it, the link and everything, and we have it on a spreadsheet. We provide it to Instagram and Facebook. And I know it's our attorneys are involved. Plus, I know because they've mentioned CNBC lawyers have been involved,
Yeah.
but it's impossible to.
MLYS,
Well,
5
because
minutes.
it's-
It's all coming from Africa and Asia.
I know too.
and
DHR,
there's no,
Delta
like,
Hotel
these are not
Romeo. It's a
jurisdictions
possible
where they
negative catalyst. No,
particularly care.
Dan Loeb
Yeah.
is said to
So
have
it's hard
sold a
to block
stake in
it.
DHR.
Yeah, and there's been an imposter account that's me, but they won't because they have more followers than me. They won't take
might
down
not move
that
it.
imposter account.
I've had dozens of people impersonating me on Instagram, on WhatsApp, not as much on Facebook anymore. We reported this to the SEC, the FBI. Like, we put in tips. Like, here's
it's
a thing
also
that's
said to have
fake
sold a
that's
stake in
happening, and
Tesla.
we're just making you aware of it. I have no idea if anything ever comes of that. And then finally, we went to CNBC, and they sort of had a direct line into Meta to tell them this is fake, this is fake. And I guess we shut enough of them down manually, one by one, that whoever was doing those kind of just gave up. But
Got it.
I doubt that's a long-term solution.
Real
Yeah.
The
tight
platforms
on
have
this
to decide if they actually
MLYS.
care or not. And I'm not convinced the platforms really care.
Yeah, because I think it is algorithmically determined who's fake and real. Like, there's not someone that's like sitting at a computer
No,
getting the delete.
who would have time to do that?
Yeah, so that's just. I happen to know that even we have had some institutional investor clients that they're a Fundstrat client, so they know we're, our touch points only email and our app,
Yeah.
but they got duped to join a WhatsApp group.
My
and they
wife's
got-
cousin.
Oh my
My
gosh.
wife's cousin's like, I bought a couple of those stocks that you said to buy.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
I
and they
said,
get rug pulled, right?
I said, what are you talking about? He's like, I don't know. I'm like DMing with your people. I'm like, no, you're not.
Yeah.
On what? Where? He's like, on Instagram. I don't know. I was just scrolling and it was like you saying to join this thing. So I just assumed it was real. I assumed like you were getting paid from that. I'm like, why wouldn't you just ask me?
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you just text me? He's like, I just felt like it was you. I don't know. So
Mhm.
The fakes are going to get better.
yeah.
They'll be
Mhm.
able they'll be able to answer personal questions that you think only
Yeah.
you would know.
Look, it gets to a point where it's like there's a limit to what you and I could even do. You could report it, you could document it, you could send links to regulators and say, hey, be aware this is a thing that has nothing to do with us, but it's happening. But like, I think at the platform level, and it's mostly Meta, like Meta has to decide this is going to cost us a lot of money if we don't clean it up. And maybe they have. I don't know. I haven't heard about it in a while from me personally.
Let's just try in the
but,
5 minute
so
after
maybe,
a little
maybe they moved on to somebody else. What they're doing is
1760
Ray
level
Dalio,
here.
doing a Bill Ackman.
Yeah.
I assume those people have more lawyers than I have. So I know like we're not the only people lodging
Yeah.
these complaints.
And then I on the New York Post, not to like fork too much, but do you know, like, I keep reading articles like, oh, someone's mom was in a relationship with Keanu Reeves and
Yeah.
sent all their
Yeah,
money.
yeah.
Like, so it's not.
It's not just Wall Street scams.
Yeah.
It's scams, period.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a text the other day. It was like, hey, I have your phone number in my address book, and I'm not sure how we know each other. What's your name?
Yeah.
You know? So I write back, F you. And they write back, no, seriously, I have your number in my address book. I said, okay, here's my bank account. And I just made up a fake number. And here's my PIN. And then the response was, ha, ha, ha. That's it. So I don't know. Is that a phishing attempt or so my
Yeah.
so my go-to
Tesla,
response
230,
basically anything
250
at this point
incoming.
is this is fake. And I don't know what other posture could you have
Yeah.
in this day and age?
I don't know about you, but are you also like afraid to answer the phone when it's another number that you don't know? Because
I
they
don't
say,
answer. I don't answer any phones.
yeah, because they say like they're trying to get you to say hello so they can sample your voice so you can pass. You know, like how your bank, when you call them now, you pass the voice test. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, we verified you through your voice. So now if they just have your hello.
Oh, they're probably selling these voice files on the dark web along with
Yes.
like
I'm gonna
email
answer the phone.
addresses.
Hello.
Yeah, use different pitch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or use an accent.
Sucks for them. I don't pick up the phone, so it'd be very tough to get me on a phone call. But they could use this podcast if they really needed to.
Tom, they're saying your
don't
hair looks
actually.
incredible. What about his hair?
What? Oh, you have a flyaway.
Oh,
I would know nothing about that. His hair looks lovely.
Nailed it.
Okay.
Nailed it. It's Nicole. Tuck that piece under his headphone. You can do it. He doesn't mind.
yeah.
It's just one piece. Okay.
Just
Look at that.
Perfect.
Do it mom style with a little
Are
bit
we
of
ready?
I
saliva.
miss those days. Let's go. Let's get it started.
All right.
3 claps. Compound and Friends, episode 181.
Today's show is sponsored by Cambria. Do you hold legacy investment positions with significant gains? What if you could transition into an ETF without facing a large tax bill? You can with a 351 ETF exchange. Here's how it works. Investors contribute stocks or other securities to a newly formed risk of loss principal.
All right. What a show we have, ladies and gentlemen. This might be the most important show we do all year. Not to have too much of a build-up, but I'll tell you, when this sell-off over the tariff started last week, I'm like, there's like certain people that I just need to hear from in this moment. And Michael's like, good news.
HMR, high day. Damn.
And I said, oh man, it's the GOAT. Ladies and gentlemen, we are highly blessed today. We have one of the compound all-stars in the house, somebody whom I know you want to listen to and learn from, especially at a time like this. Tom Lee is the CIO and portfolio manager at Fundstrat Capital and co-founder, head of research at Fundstrat. Fundstrat provides evidence-based research to institutional investors, wealth advisors, pension funds, family offices, and high net worth individuals. We love the high net worth individuals on this show. We always have.
Not those asset light folks.
No. Before co-founding Fundstrat, Tom was the chief equity strategist at JP Morgan from 1999 to 2014. Tom Lee, welcome back to the show. Thanks for being here.
Under development and files patent with the USPTO. That's on TVGN.
How you feeling today?
Well, I'm breathing calmly,
Okay.
watching the market get in big chunks get chopped
Yeah.
on disappointing headlines.
Let's start here. Tariffs became finally. So a lot of people said, like, it's just talk. Wait until something actually happens. I think the market did. Like, the market was pretty calm up until the middle of February, and then all hell broke loose, and it's been cascading lower. And now the tariffs are like on officially, and we're getting exactly the reaction that anyone could have predicted. So I don't think the calls to like remain calm prior to this were bad calls necessarily, but this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, 2 + 2 = 4. Tariffs on, stocks are going lower, and that's exactly how it's playing out. You see it that way?
I do. You know, something I was thinking about this week, and it's been kind of hard for me to put into writing, is I think this is actually a lot like Brexit. Like
Okay.
it's a Magxit.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of like the new administration's trying to recast relationships, which was traditionally like sort of free trade, status. And if I look at Brexit, by the way, the UK stock market did fine. Like
It was one of the biggest buying opportunities of the last 10
Yeah.
years, the summer of 2016.
Yeah, and it didn't upend the economy.
Yeah.
You didn't have an inflation problem or a growth problem. It was sort of like, the UK got through it. And I'm confident that that's where we are 4 or 5 months from now.
Okay.
Trump said this last night on TV because Josh and I were saying, like, what is he trying to accomplish? Last night he said, tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again. And it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much.
Today he said, I'm not looking at the stock market at all.
Totally not looking at the 200-day moving average.
Yeah. Do you think that he expected this much of a stock market uproar? Or do you think he didn't think that much about it and just said, I don't really care about that?
I think that they thought one of the collateral hits to this would be the stock market, because if they were like war gaming this and they said, okay, we're going to put these threats on and we want our other countries to take it seriously, they would want the stock market to decline.
Yeah.
Because if the Dow and the S&P were rallying, they'd be like, no one's taking it seriously. So I think they
Okay.
need the market to do this, but they don't want to cause a stock market induced recession, like, or a stall speed in the economy. And so I think that these indicators like yields falling, probably they wanted, but then they don't really want consumer confidence to fall. They don't want negative jobs report, because all of a sudden this risks a recession. And you know, recession dynamic is really dangerous. I mean, I think there's no inflation interpretation in the stock market. It's interpreting this as it's really going to hit growth.
We have $1 trillion.
Mm.
Some would say negative, but I don't think of it that way. But fine, we have $1 trillion trade deficit with China. If we lose $5 trillion in equity market cap, and we assume a fifth of the stock market is held by foreigners, so we eat 80% of that $5 trillion drawdown, did we win? What was the prize that we won?
Yeah, I mean, that's a Pyrrhic victory, right?
I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure. In other words, okay, number one, we're still going to have $1 trillion trade imbalance with China by the time this is over. Like, that
Yeah.
probably isn't going to budge much. The Canadian trade imbalance,
I see
trade
that
deficit
HMR.
is 155
Waiting for a pullback.
billion US, not that much money. $5 trillion coming out of the S&P. I just don't understand like where the victory is.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, on the one hand, I'm not sure if it's still the same thesis, but originally the premise was fentanyl and
Yeah.
and tighter borders, and if
That's, come on, you're smarter than that. You've got to know it's not that. That's the key to open the tariff door.
Not ticker Tesla this week's 230 puts.
He
coming
doesn't
inactive
believe
on
that, does he?
Tesla shares seeing new lows.
the benchmark, then this is easier to see. the
After
end to
circulations, Dan Loeb sold its stake in Tesla.
trade war. But if the tariff idea is to recast the economic structure to create like the VAT and then eliminate personal income taxes, then it's going to be very messy.
So walk me through that. The idea is this is the route by which we have other people paying us taxes in the
Yeah.
form of tariffs, and then the give back to the U.S. consumer is we can eliminate income tax.
But we're paying the taxes. Is my understanding of this wrong? The importers are paying the taxes. It's us.
Yes, I mean, in theory, it is us to the extent it's passed through,
Which it is.
Of course.
right? Because at the point of entry, at the ship, it's really the person who purchased it, which is generally a commercial, that did it, and then what percent is able to be passed as a higher price.
All of it.
Why do you think tech stocks are getting hit so hard? You wouldn't, if you made a list of the economically sensitive sectors of the market, and then
How do you
you
move,
weighted
Tim?
that list by how much or how little they require the passage of goods to cross borders. I understand the NVIDIA angle, I guess, but just generally speaking, I'm watching Netflix.
Netflix is down 8% today.
I'm
On
watching
why?
Netflix lose a fifth of its market cap.
was Friday.
Slowly and then quickly. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, I can see two things happening. One is people are betting on a consumer that's weaker. I mean, that's why even Fed fund pricing of more cuts is moving up.
Yeah.
But the second is tech companies are global companies, and they're going to be the retaliatory victims. Like, that's the easy person to do
Okay.
sanctions against is Google, Apple.
They're doing business in Canada. They're doing business in Mexico.
Yeah, in Europe and
Yeah.
China.
Well,
Tom, do you
some
see-
in China, some not at all.
Yeah, like it's Singapore, but you don't know where it goes from there.
Do you
Right.
see the biggest risk to the market as the fact that we're trading at high multiples? If we're trading at 26 times forward and we're not actually earning whatever consensus is 260, whatever it is, and we actually earn 245, then the multiple is even higher than it already appears. Is that the big risk here?
There's another YouTube stream that copy
if
yours.
The trajectory
Give me the link,
earnings
kids.
Is impaired. That's
It might be
different than
mine.
if
I
you're
have two
doing-
YouTube streams.
You're taking a 2-quarter hit because of the tariff uncertainty, and stocks might go down on both, but one's a huge buying opportunity, right? Because if you're just talking like a 2-quarter blip on earnings, but then everything goes back to normal after that, then we've created a huge buying opportunity.
Is that your assumption that that's going to be the way this ends up going?
I don't want to hear what he said.
Uncertainty is impaired. That's different than if you're delaying, you're taking a 2-quarter hit because of the tariff uncertainty, and stocks might go down on both, but one's a huge buying opportunity, right? Because if you're just talking like a 2-quarter blip on earnings, but then everything goes back to normal after that, then we've created a huge buying opportunity.
Is that your assumption that that's going to be the way this ends up going?
I'm almost positive because we've been comparing Trump 1.0 to Trump 2.0. And the two markets that have really diverged compared to Trump 1.0 is Germany and China, because they've both been outperforming.
Yeah.
If this tariff war was going to create long-term economic weakness, like China and Europe can't even rally.
Trump hasn't done any tariffs against Europe for the time being. I just assume he hasn't gotten around to it, but that's coming next. That might change that dynamic. But you're right. Like so far, people are buying European equities.
Yeah, because no one can be like, oh, well, U.S. is going to have a recession, so I'll buy
No, a
Germany.
derivative. Man.
No,
Right.
It doesn't work
Yeah.
that way. I agree.
So the Tax Foundation is saying we estimate the average tariff rate on all imports would rise from its baseline level of 2.5% in 2024 to 13.8% if the tariffs President Trump has proposed were imposed. The average tariff rate on all imports under Trump's proposed tariffs would be the highest since 1939. Daniel, throw this chart up.
HMR pulling back right at
so
220. You would want to see that
this
level
is
around there hold.
a hell of a wild spike.
You know, if this math plays out, and I don't want to
Wait, where's 2018 on here? That's
that little blip.
oh, I see. Okay, so if we were to repeat that, that's where the level would be.
Oh, I mean, this looks like it's like shooting up past
Way
2018.
past.
No, we haven't gotten to 2025 on this.
No, this is real time.
Oh,
That's
it
what they're
is?
showing. That's what. Oh, wait a minute.
But you're right. The scale, yeah, because you'd think like
Oh,
220
I
has
see.
to
Yeah,
go
you're
a
right,
little-
Michael.
Yeah.
You're right.
So anyway, they're saying that the 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico would reduce long-run GDP by 0.2%, reduce hours worked by 223,000 full-time equivalent jobs, and would ultimately cost $1,072 per household.
I would bet way more than that. Like I don't know. I read like a couple of things about just the auto situation alone. And I know now there's a carve out for autos because the whole thing's a farce, but just for argument's sake, like raising the average price of an SUV by $8,000 or $9,000, which is what the net effect would be, given how frequently these things have to cross both
Yeah.
the Canadian and the Mexican border. It just seems like, well, if you got elected because people were really pissed off about high prices, which I know is not the whole story, but it was a pretty big part of the story. How does this answer that problem that people had? It seems like it's just going to exacerbate it. So
Yeah, I mean, for that reason, it obviously doesn't make sense that these tariffs are the permanent structure for Canada and the U.S., which are natural partners, and Canada and I don't want to necessarily quote everything, but at the panel today at the Hightower Conference, Day of the Stars, Brian Belsky was talking about Canada and him being a Canadian or knowing Canadians, he was saying,
don't ever call him a Canadian. He's one of ours. We claim.
yeah, that's right.
Belsky's from Minnesota. It's almost Canada.
Yes, that's right. I'm from Michigan.
Yeah.
But I'm like far enough away.
Yeah.
I'm not. He was saying that some Canadians think that this is like part of this is to pressure a change and accelerate the change in leadership in Canada, and then they just recast a new deal.
Okay. If this lasts for 2 quarters and by the summer it's like fading away, maybe it's a little bit 2018-ish. But the thing about 2018 is what's different about 2018 versus this year, they were raising rates. The Fed was raising rates during this tariff madness. In part, I think, in response to the tariffs, they thought they had to. This time around, at least, that's one thing that we're not contending with. We have a Fed that's quote unquote on hold
For now.
but probably with a bias to cutting. I saw that the rate cut odds, we talked about this on stage today, shot up for 4 cuts this year. Now a third, 30% probability of 4 cuts. Even if you got 2 cuts, I'm not saying that offsets.
Yeah, I didn't
tariffs,
agree
but
with
it's a
that.
different backdrop than 18.
Trying to push a
where
leadership
Powell
change
was
in
saying
Canada.
Things like, we are nowhere near
Didn't make any
neutral,
sense.
meaning we're going to keep hiking. Of course, we know they didn't end up doing that, but at least we don't have a Fed that's making statements like that right now.
Oh yeah, because the Fed's already comfortable that they've got a big margin of cushion where rates are. They're already running tight,
Right.
and now they're assessing how much damage it's doing to the economy before tariffs. And this is the thing: like, we know a lot of the supports have been rolling off at the start of this year. That's why consumption's down. And then tomorrow's a jobs report, but already it's foreboding, like the Challenger job cuts, ADP. You know,
Yeah.
if we get a 50,000 jobs report tomorrow, there is not really, there's a huge question on this dual mandate, because full employment, I mean, we're risking, a real collapse in the employment market.
Does the market rally or get killed on that sort of print? I think it gets killed.
What, a bad jobs report?
Like that bad.
Yeah, I think there's a panic, but then there's a rally.
Yeah.
Because I think the Fed put is back, and
Yeah.
then I think the Trump put has to come back.
The Fed wants to cut. So this does enable the Fed to cut. It's just not the circumstances under which it wanted to cut.
Yeah.
I don't think the Fed wanted to have to cut. I think the Fed liked the position it was in, where it was like, we will if we need to.
Yeah.
Man, maybe we'll do one. Maybe we'll skip a month. Like, that's where they were. They can't be there still. Now they have to. Now they actually might have to react.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, the bond market, I mean, I'm sure people interpret, I think, is arguing the Fed is late to cut.
Okay. Why? Because of what the 10-year has done, or?
Yeah, where the 10-year is, with the implied, like even the odds of a
MOYS
cut.
back
I
up.
didn't see it today, but I bet you it's well
Think it's
over
crazy.
50% now.
A cut in May?
Yeah.
Oh, I would bet it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that
I agree.
That's a Fed
Jeez.
that's actually
You
kind
got
of
$9
being
trillion that you
judged to be
gotta
behind the curve.
Yeah,
And so
push down the
they're
road a little
cutting,
further,
it's
and they
gonna be
need
a
that.
welcome
They need the rates to do that.
pressure valve release, because the market's pressuring the Fed to do something.
Otherwise,
Market people,
it's gonna spiral
love
out of
to
control
look at
real quick.
AAII and act contrarian to that. Last week, one of the things we were talking about on the show was how fast the bears shot up to an almost record level, like higher than they were during the pandemic in that survey. I think the percentage of bearish respondents hit 55, which is an unheard of number. And then when you consider the fact that at that time the S&P was only 3% off a record high, it was really weird to see how fast sentiment turned negative. In hindsight, a week later, that bearishness was not a great contrarian signal. The bears had it right. What do you think about that? I know you follow AAII and you
Yeah.
look at that stuff.
I follow it, and I think from the right time frame for us is like 6 months.
Okay.
Because then it captures, because the survey is done over a period of time, and so it doesn't always capture what the market did that week anyways.
Okay.
But
It's cumulative, you're saying?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of the same thing like when these economic surveys are done. Sometimes they're done like finished by Wednesday or Friday, and then so you actually get some weird differences because of what's happened in those 3-4 days.
Okay.
So, go ahead. Finish with that.
But I remember in a prior podcast we talked about how people's time frames have changed.
Yeah.
And maybe because maybe the world's more short-term focused, but with instant liquidity, I think that's why people can go from bull to bear, because they can act with a push button now.
Yeah.
Instead of calling their broker and getting talked out of it,
They could put on a hedge with one ETF. They don't have to figure out an options trade. They don't right?
Yeah.
Like they can instantly decide, you know what? I don't like the looks of this. I'm adding, double negative SPY ETF for like 10% hedge against my portfolio.
Yeah. And,
right.
and institutional world is the same way.
Yeah.
So, Tom, last thing on some of the trade stuff before we get into the markets, which is what you love to talk about, and so do we. All right, so 3 charts, and then we'll move on. Mexico, China, and Canada are our 3 largest trade partners. Daniel, chart 2, please. The 3 of them, again, Mexico, China, and Canada, by far the top 3. They make up $1.3 trillion worth of imports. That's 42% of all total. Next chart, please, Daniel. 42% of all imports are from those 3. And I was really surprised to see Joseph Politano had a great chart that showed imports spiked in January amid tariff fears. So the fact that consumers are adjusting their behavior so quickly to tariffs. You can only imagine
bet you
how
10%
quickly
of that is
markets
video
are gonna react
cards.
to potential tariffs, and we're seeing that already. Does this chart surprise
I don't
you?
think that's consumers. I think that's producers pulling in inventory as quickly as they can to get ahead of the tariffs.
Stockpiling.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's what I
It
think.
says consumers and businesses rush to buy goods. You're right. Yeah, I'm sure.
I
but
think that's mostly business. I think that here's where it hits home. Like just like a weird example, but this is from my actual life. We're redoing the outside of our home, and we're doing real cedar shingles. I live in a world of aluminum siding, and I can't stand it anymore. So the product's coming from Canada. We priced it out. Our builder is like, this is like literally the best version of cedar shingles. This is where we're gonna get it from. This is what it costs. Okay, I don't know if we ordered it or not, and I don't think my contractor is like watching the State of the Union or anything. So I actually don't know now what this project's gonna cost, and this is to wrap around the entire house. Like that's gonna make a material difference. Had I really thought a lot about it, I might have called them up and said, place the order. So now I'm not saying I'm not going to do it because I still have to go home and live with my wife at night. So we're still going to go forward, probably no matter what it costs. But I know there's going to be a difference. I don't think there's a carve out for shingles. So like that's an example. But we're consumers. I think that spike that Michael just showed, I think that's people getting ahead of this, knowing they have to buy stuff and just buying it.
Yeah, it's going to be a PPI.
Yeah.
It's category.
Okay. Do you think that of all the opportunities being created by this trade stuff, that the obvious thing to do is to let everything sell off and then look for the companies that are probably going to be least impacted by tariffs over the next quarter, and maybe that's a trade idea? Or has that been so picked over by AIs and portfolio managers that there's probably nothing there? What would you guess?
If someone's going defensive now, they have to be betting not just that it's 2 months of tariffs, but that this is a new regime.
Okay.
Because exactly what you said, it would have already been discounted because the bond market has been picking this up, and then the stock market is reacting. I think shockingly badly, but it already gave us the ripple hints in February.
So let me push back against that a little bit. The S&P is down 6.5% off its highs. The NASDAQ is down almost 10%. The VIX is
25.
I mean, this is like a sell-off for ants.
Yeah, it's an orderly.
Right? This feels pretty normal and pretty. I mean, the average stock, Bespoke tweeted, the average stock is down 30%. So there are plenty
From what? From all-time high?
Yeah. So there's
What
plenty
a
of stocks that are getting
freaking
absolutely
bill that
rolled. I know the
was.
S&P doesn't tell the entire
Jeez.
story, but I don't know. It feels like a little bit early to be like, that's it. We're done. We're good.
Yeah. Although if the chart you showed
Low a
Ryan,
day.
it kind of highlights that we've already front loaded the tariff war because it's China, Mexico, Canada. And then everybody else is like
Bottom tick Billy here,
Fry.
boys.
Right. Do you think that there's a universe where there's a one-off deal with Mexico, then there's a one-off deal with Canada, the China thing stays on, and the market just kind of reacts to, all right, this is the way the year is going to go? Or you think that the tariffs are just like, we're doing it now, then they all come off and we just stop this en masse?
Yeah.
What do you think is more likely?
I mean, I know China's tweet or comment today is what sort of made the futures weak in the morning.
Yeah.
But
Which was what? We're ready to go to war?
yeah,
We're
like
good?
we're going to dig in on this.
Yeah.
But I think that,
29.37.
the problem is in China isn't in the same position as it was in 2018. So it's not as if they can fight a long economic battle here, because especially because of all the things they're trying to accomplish in
29.66.
China
How
itself.
delayed
So
that is.
I think, of course, a lot of that is gamesmanship, and the intention is, if I was China, I would say that because I'd want the S&P to fall more, because if the S&P falls enough, then the White House put comes back. So it's,
Yeah.
I mean, the stock market is kind of caught in the crosshairs right
I
now.
assume you don't see a bear market coming, like a full-fledged 20%er.
Like, it's possible because it's been a couple years, but this would have to be because there has to be a layered shock on top of this. Like, if the Fed, like for instance, if somehow the Fed decides that the economy's weakening, but they choose to fight inflation and let a recession happen. So in other words, the idea is, well, we've been wanting a recession to kill inflation, like let's just let it happen.
Yeah.
Then of course we're going to have a big drawdown. But that would really require a Fed that decided the employment mandate wasn't important, because a recession, we just, like, once a recession starts, there's no such thing as like we can engineer a mild recession. I mean, it's like you could have a severe recession because you just don't know.
You did too much damage, and now things like it starts to feed on itself.
Yeah.
We're doing fiscal austerity at the federal level. At the same time, we're going to do this trade war. So maybe that fits into that category of the shock that you're
Well,
talking
if
about.
prices
Yeah.
go up on top of all this, and we've got stagflation, then yeah, sure, we'll have a 20% bear market for sure.
Yeah. So I mean, you can see why people want to maybe start to be nervous and price it in.
In 18, by the end of February, the stock market was down, I think, 17%. And it happened really fast, just like this time. And people at that time were saying it's orderly. And they were right. It was. We bounced all the way back to the prior high, but then we got stuck there. The tariff thing was like sort of cooling off, but then we had another problem. I think we just kind of had this air pocket where corporate earnings weren't great.
Yeah.
Had a manufacturing recession for sure. And then by Christmas Eve, we were in another 20% drawdown. And the thing that pulled us out of it was Powell's about face. I think he gave a speech on Christmas Eve and he said, just kidding, about the no Indian normal thing. And then in the first quarter of 19, there was some of that going on. And so having like those
Cosmo.
two, call it almost 20%
NVIDIA 15-minute
corrections inside of 1
M
year,
pattern
that's
potentially here,
pretty rare.
boys.
But we did. We lived through it.
Yeah. And that was a first-term president that didn't have necessarily the administration he wanted to have with him, because remember there was so much turmoil.
Yeah.
And it was a newly minted Fed chair.
Yes.
So today we have an experienced administration and a very experienced Fed. So
Okay.
so like, would the Fed even want to dabble with a bear market that could trigger recession? Like, I'm going to just say, even if there's partisan issues involved, right? Because you've seen, I do think there's a partisan element to maybe some of the Fed talk. This would be it would really blemish the history of the Fed. It would blemish the legacy of the Fed.
You mentioned Treasury Secretary Bessent. Have you met him? Have you ever spoken with him?
No, I have not.
Okay. What's your impression of the things he's saying about he's saying we're more focused on bringing down the yield of the 10-year, which, like, obviously the Fed, what the Fed does, they're trying to enact policy that will affect overnight rates, which, there's a limit to what that will do to intermediate term rates and long-term rates, but it's like that's what the Fed does. Bessent talking explicitly about lowering the 10-year. How does that strike you? We haven't really heard. Janet Yellen didn't do that kind of thing or didn't talk about that kind of thing. How did that kind of talk strike you? What's your impression?
Well, I mean, from a couple hats, I can see where it makes sense. Like, if I looked at it from the economy and what would heal the economy, and someone said, would higher stock prices heal it, or would getting mortgage rates down matter more? And you've talked about this. Like, that's really important because that is going to help housing, cost of money. It really benefits a big swath of consumers. And we already know there's a lot of stress because of the high cost of installment debt, et cetera.
Here's my stupid question. Hypothetically, this works and the 10-year Treasury falls. Mortgage rates come down, like, meaningfully. Doesn't that just raise home prices, or what am I missing? Like, what does that heal? So people are paying a higher price for their home?
It'll lower their monthly payment. It'll make payments affordable again.
Yeah.
Okay.
It unlocks liquidity.
Hypothetically, this works and the 10-year Treasury falls. Mortgage rates come down, like, meaningfully. Doesn't that just raise home prices, or what am I missing? Like, what does that heal? So people are paying a higher price for their home?
It'll lower their monthly payment. It'll make payments affordable again.
Yeah.
Okay.
It unlocks liquidity, because I think
that part I agree with.
Yeah.
If people can move again,
Yeah.
I think it's good. But home prices are not going to come down.
Prices won't fall.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, home prices are doing weird things anyways. Like the Northeast, they're still going up, but like there's a huge surplus in Florida. So the real discovered price is much lower because no one's
Yeah, yeah.
transacting.
Okay.
I mean, in a way, home prices could fall because you'd actually start to see real trades happen, and so maybe home prices
There'd
actually
still be
step
so
down.
much more demand than supply, even if supply gets unlocked. Chartkin Matt made a chart that I smelled it was a timely special. And of course, all credit to you, this is a timely special. It's the VIX 1 month contract above the 4 month, which in recent memory has marked a bottom. Daniel, this is chart 6B, please. Too early to say? What do we think?
Wait. Can you explain this?
Tom, why don't you narrate this?
Yes. So it's gonna take a minute or two. The VIX.
We got time.
Yeah.
We got time.
Most of us think of the VIX as a spot index, like, oh, it's measuring the expected volatility over the next 90 days. So that's what the spot VIX is. But it's actually a financial product, and people trade VIX contracts, but nobody trades spot VIX. They trade the 1 month VIX, 2 months, 9 months. I think there's even 24-month VIX.
Right.
The normal VIX futures curve is upward sloping, which they call
either contango or backwardation.
Yeah, like, and like I always get the terms mixed up. It's like starboard and port. I'll get it wrong. Yeah, so it's upward sloping.
Okay.
Because there's time value. Like, oh, future VIX should be higher because you got time value money. When the VIX does the opposite, so the 1 month contract is higher than the 4 month.
Meaning a 20 VIX 4 months from now, but a 25 VIX today.
Yeah, or
so
like
that's intuitive.
30
That's
VIX.
backwardation.
Yeah, so that inversion is what the bottom histogram chart shows. So when it's like pointing up, that means the 1 month is higher than the 4 month.
What does that mean to you, though? How do you interpret that? That's a short-term bottom?
Well, it means,
tradable?
yeah, so
There's
what
twice
the
where
markets
it
have
didn't
now
do it,
priced
though.
in is that the volatility has an expiration date.
Oh, okay.
Got it, right? Because now you know it's going to
So
be
now you
within
can
the next
see
3 months.
through to the
Yeah.
worst. You can see past the worst of the near-term volatility,
Yeah.
and that could be a signal that it's time to buy stocks.
Yeah, so if you have a time frame beyond that contract, then you're like, oh, well,
4%.
volatility's
Oh
gonna be
my
lower in 4 months. And
gosh.
we all know if vol's down, value risk goes up. So 4 months from now, if volatility's down, risk
Okay,
is on.
so this chart goes back to January of 2023.
I didn't realize we were that bad
and
today.
Correctly points out these were inflection point
Hey,
moments
boys.
where the market got too
Hey, boys.
negative,
What did we
and
talk about at
this,
9:30 today? Look
VIX
at the count.
contract flipped itself to where all
Look
the
at the
volatility
count.
was supposed to be short term, and then the longer term volatility was cooling off.
Yeah.
And those were great moments to buy stocks.
Bullshit, we're not at
Yeah.
What is this
500.
telling you today?
At least that's what it's showing on my
I
screen.
think that this is like we're sequencing a picture that panic is
600 plus is what we need.
Okay.
But the panic is, of course, that the spot VIX needs to now spike to a level because people are seeking instant protection, right? So
Okay.
30, 40 VIX, that hasn't happened yet. But if that's happened and this has already happened, then it's already like
Can't
you
see on YouTube.
have the hair trigger pull.
So for your
It's right
clients, I'm
there.
sure the answer is it depends. Would you be
It's at the
likely
top
to
of the
advise
chat.
them to
If you're
seek
on YouTube, there's
opportunities
2
on the
different
way
streams
down,
on YouTube,
or to
vertical
sort
and
of wait for
horizontal.
a clear, definable hammer sort of bottom?
Well, if someone was really good tactically timing, then nobody wants to buy
You smell that?
on the way down. But
Luke, let's go.
I've never been able to say
killing it,
on this
Luke.
precise date you'll have enough liquidity to buy at the low. Because what usually happens is the low is established, the market's rallying, but it's already retraced 50% of the decline.
You don't know it's the low until a week later.
Yeah.
Well, the longer it goes, the lower it goes without them pulling the trigger, the more likely they're going to not pull the trigger. Because if we go lower, it gets scarier.
Yeah, it gets to become a buyer strike.
Right.
You
Exactly.
think, I mean, I might sound naive. I think a 35 VIX over tariffs.
That's QQQ.
I think you just close your
Nice.
eyes and buy the index. Is that like naive to
Yeah.
think that that's just going to work so easily?
Yeah, I agree. Because I think we do have to be mindful. There are 3 puts out there. There's the Fed put,
Okay.
and the Fed doesn't want a 35 VIX. The
Right.
White House put, the 35 VIX also risks financial instability and things going haywire. and
35
currency.
VIX would normally be accompanied by like spreads blowing out
Yeah.
in the bond market. We're not seeing that yet.
Yeah, and there could be some like financial bodies floating up. You know what I mean? Like it
Yeah.
might kill somebody.
What's the third put?
White
It's a
House put.
sovereign wealth put?
Oh, sovereign wealth put.
Right.
Tell us about that.
Because we already saw progress. They named a Morgan Stanley banker to be the head of the sovereign wealth fund.
Grimes.
Yes.
You know that guy?
I do not know him.
Okay.
But let's say it's a $7 trillion sovereign wealth fund.
This is an American sovereign wealth fund. Where does the $7 trillion come from?
I think that that's a floated around number.
But it's like, what is it? It's Fort Knox. Just here, you trade this. I'm trying to understand like where the money for that comes from.
Oh, well, I think it would probably be the issuance of a debt security. So it's a funded.
So more
sovereign-
debt.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
It sounds somewhat abnormal to be
But it may
running
not be considered
7%
federal.
deficit and then build a sovereign wealth fund that's also funded by
Who's
more debt.
managing it?
Yeah.
His name is Grimes. Michael?
Yeah.
David? I don't know.
Yeah. And,
Quentin?
Grimes.
but remember, there could be, remember the Treasury during GFC had the TALF and all these like multipliers. So
yeah,
what
those
if-
were basically sovereign wealth
Yeah.
funds.
So what if it's 7.5 trillion plus private is another, BlackRock's another 30 trillion of it. Then this is like, you can
But what
buy
are
the
they
entire
doing with it?
stock market.
But what are they doing with it?
Buying our bags, duh.
They're buying stocks? Is that the purpose?
Well-
or are they investing in startups? Or
I mean, Panama Canal, they buy Greenland.
Panama Canal. Oh.
all right. So
Right. You know what I mean, like you could buy
all right,
a
let me
lot.
just understand this.
You could
So
buy a
the-
large chunk of the world.
The number that's floating around is $7 trillion. There's a banker from Morgan Stanley who has a $7 trillion bank account effectively where he uses that and buys the Panama Canal.
Well, to advance American interests.
It sounds bullish. All right, got it. I guess
I mean,
just,
you could take NVIDIA in house, right?
Absolutely. Let's do it. Take it private for sure.
But just thinking out loud, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, these places need sovereign, Malaysia, they need sovereign wealth funds.
Yeah, they're gushing cash.
Because it's a one industry country and they want to develop real estate and they want to build their own middle classes and they want to make investments that diversify the economy so that they don't all have Dutch disease. They don't all have like this resource curse. Okay, makes perfect sense.
They'll all be really big LPs in the American Sovereign Wealth Fund
So they'll get to invest in our sovereign wealth fund.
as
Okay.
a sidecar, side pot. I'm kind of theorizing, but you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
side
something
pocket
tells me
investment.
there's going to be a Trump hotel and casino in every country in the world. Is going to be the net result of this. All right. So that's a put. The White House put you said is not really a thing, or at least not yet, but it will be.
Yeah, I think it will, because if the economy slips into recession, you can't have Doge, tariffs, and fiscal austerity.
Okay.
So right now,
So it unwinds literally everything.
we
Okay.
are, this is the 6th day in a row. This is from Dietrich. It's the 6th day in a row on Thursday that the market is going to be up or down 1%. 6th day in a row. It hasn't happened since November 2020. And you're starting to see some signs of early panic. Next chart, please, Daniel. This is from JP Morgan via Jessica Menton. In the first hour of trading, now this was yesterday. In the first hour of trading, the so-called retail investors yanked $1.2 billion out of the U.S. equity market, the largest pullback during that time period since JP Morgan's data began a decade ago. That's meaningful. So in other words, yesterday at the open, people said, get me the out. They dumped stocks.
I told you, Luke. I freaking told you, Luke.
Additionally, this is from Ned Davis. Their daily trading sentiment
Wait for
composite is
600.
down to 20, which I don't know what's in here exactly, but that's extreme pessimism. So it's this weird sort of dynamic where we're not that off the highs, but the news is so newsy and noisy that people are freaked out.
Can I add one
maybe
more
for good
thing to
reason.
that? We just hit. I don't know if it's an all-time record, but we just hit a fairly high level of people tapping their 401ks early, and that seems like it's of a piece with people yanking money out of the equity market.
What? Say that one more
It's
time.
true, though, old
We hit a
man.
level. I think Meb shared this. I'm not sure exactly what the number represents, but it's an extreme in people tapping their 401k.
Well, that's not good.
Either borrowing against it or outright making early withdrawals.
That's not good.
I'll look
That's
into
more
it.
economic than stock market. But we also had the put call ratio spike yesterday.
Yeah.
So there's fear. I don't know if it's a bottom fear, but trade.
Yeah.
But it's
And I'm sure that
We are just
Depth of
now in the
market,
past
like this market
5-10
is sort
minutes
of-
getting some
now if someone
negative
sells,
1,000
you're gonna
plus
just see
ticks on the
comments falling
tick.
out of the sky, like on
But do you
specific
do you
stocks.
think that
Just now.
sentiment shift and the stuff that Michael just showed you with like outflows? Do you think that stuff is at all connected with not just tariffs, but like people working for the
Yeah,
federal
that's
government?
true, sir.
People work at companies that
Hooked
are
on phonics.
contractors
Let's
for the
go.
federal
42
government. So not
months,
just
bud.
public sector employees, but private
Don't
sector
go chasing
employees
waterfalls.
whose companies' fortunes are tied to how much money the federal government spends. Because we talk to people in the DC area, there's like legitimate concern in not just in DC, but like anywhere that people do business with the government, that revenue is not going to show up. So do you think that a component of this is not just about tariffs, but it's about people actually worrying about their survival?
Yeah, like there's a real soft patch coming.
Well,
yeah, because
70,000 buyouts of federal employees, and talk about laying off. They're going to lay off 7,000 people from the Social Security Administration. They're laying off IRS agents. That's nationwide. That's not
Yeah.
just in DC. So I think there's some component of people pulling money out because literally they don't know if they're going to have to live
Yeah,
off of it.
and that's why I like real estate listings where there is a lot of federal employment, whether it's Arizona or Arlington, Virginia.
So that's not tariffs. That's this fiscal austerity.
Well, last month,
That's a whole other thing.
Consumer spending got crushed and savings, not skyrocketed, but savings was up big time. So people
Yeah.
are bracing for impact.
Yes. Now, I might actually say if the federal government is reducing its spending and it does create this collateral damage, that's actually good for the economy because we know that has crowded out private sector spending, right? The government crowds out the private sector. So that's actually a positive that this is being redistributed in that way, the spending.
Yeah, but it's ugly in the short term.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
because it creates distortions. And
Well,
that's-
you're going to see one in the next employment report or the one after that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's thousands of people. Like it's not a small
Yeah,
number.
jobless claims in Washington, D.C. have quadrupled.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. So there's a component to this that's beyond just tariffs.
That's a shame.
It's uncertainty about employment.
Yes.
And that's what's creeping in. And
Sure.
that could feed on itself.
And by the way, that's why it's hard to say, how could this be inflationary? Because if people say wages create the second wave of inflation, but we have a softer job.
I don't think it's inflationary at all. And
Yeah.
I disagree. It might
Yeah.
be, there might be some commodities where there's a dislocation and it's short-term inflationary, but I don't think government austerity is inflationary.
Yeah,
I don't see it that way.
that's right.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know if you guys track Trueflation, which I've kind of found is actually pretty decent.
Okay.
That's now at 1.4% year over year.
That's what they think is the current rate of inflation.
Yeah, using like 2 million consumer items. And then they map it to the BLS category.
One more thing on
NEE
economic
with a
data
big
then,
pop.
Since you brought that up.
Damn.
One of the charts that went around this week, including me spreading it, but like a lot of people were sharing that GDP Now chart. And I know there's some funkiness about the turnover from January to February with some of the data. Let's not take this as an actual forecast, but that's a pretty extreme drop. We went from a 2.8% GDP Now reading from the Atlanta Fed to -4.
Yeah.
Outside of the pandemic, can you recall a drop off of that magnitude? Even if there are all these nuanced reasons for why it's data related and not, or it's a quirk of how they collect the data, it still seems extreme.
Yeah, it's big. I mean, it does paint a picture that economic momentum has slowed. So
Or the brakes have slammed on, it
Yeah.
looks like to me. Okay.
that's right. At a time when we know even businesses are saying that they've gotten cautious because they don't know what to do with tariffs. So that's why if you look at the markets, they're pricing in a growth slowdown from tariffs, not inflation. And
Yeah.
and so the Fed, I think the White House wants the Fed to kind of get off neutral. And I think it's increasing, looking like the Fed is behind actually.
So if they really want the 10-year treasury
Shocker.
to fall,
Didn't
the
Kem
yield-
Carson just say that a month ago?
Yes.
If that was the scenario, if they sat on their hands, they'd be
yield is not
behind.
pricing in inflation anymore. Now it's pricing in
The man is brilliant.
recession.
Yeah.
Or starting to.
That's right. And
Okay.
then and the only difference is nobody wants to even get within, 10 yards, a touchdown of stall speed because it's just too easy to slip into a recession.
Okay. Can we do this one, Mag 7? Or what do you have queued up?
Yeah. Seacrasm this week is
Tom,
going to
what are your
have
thoughts on
a
Mag
big
7?
say
They're
in that.
Some are getting hit
Big
harder
say.
than others, but I mean Tesla's getting destroyed.
So this is for the
Did you
people
make most of my
listening,
money? Let me
Mag 7
look.
performance year to
Tesla
date.
was a big chunk of it.
The only green one is Meta, up 8%. It was up a lot more. Microsoft -6, Apple -6, Alphabet -8, Amazon -8, Nvidia -17. I think it's more now.
Well, if you anchor them to their highs, it's obviously significantly worse than this.
Tesla -35, which is a really big deal. What's your take on some of the damage here in these companies? None of which are manufacturing autos other than Tesla.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone had owned these before 2020,
$1,100 from Tesla.
Yeah.
900 bucks from
So it's still
TNXP.
options.
Redfin was 340.
So,
HMR
you know,
230.
it's really any new buyers
PTGX
of these
230.
are down, but that's
Biggest
really,
loser
you
DWTX
know,
for
that'd be like
230.
shame on you because you bought it.
You
Near
bought the
top.
highs.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, like I look at this and I'd say, you know what? I think Tesla and Nvidia, they've been hit the hardest. Do I think that their future trajectory is worse? I actually think that they still look like great companies, and it's not like in Tesla's case, it's not like their competitive position has worsened. It's probably strengthening.
Tesla's competitive position relative to other EV companies.
Yeah, and their leadership in, let's say that there's, like, if you ask a technologist, what's the next big thing? It's going to say robots. Tesla's, you know, country mile ahead of a lot of people on robots.
Okay.
So it's not like being down 35% has changed their competitive position.
If you had to make a guess, if an announcement came out tonight, Elon stepping away from the government, like, I've done everything that I set out to do. I'm going to leave my team in place.
Tesla
I'm going
moons.
to go back to focusing on Tesla.
Tesla
Does
moons.
Tesla stock go up or down on that news?
Moons.
Well,
Here's why. Wait.
Moons.
Let me tell you why I'm asking you the question. The stock had a massive rally when Trump won the election, and Elon was at the inauguration, and there was just this assumption that, like, him having that proximity to the White House was going to be amazing for Tesla. That narrative shifted in the last 10 days to
No, it didn't.
Elon is either distracted or destroying the
He
standing
said-
of Tesla in the eyes of half
Yeah.
the country.
He said
and
like
most of the
weeks
world.
ago
So I'm curious what you
that
think.
he's
And I'm
taking
not
time
saying I
off and
predict
he's going to
that's gonna
spend
happen, but if that happens,
all his
he
time at
says,
Doge.
I'm all set.
That
we did
narrative did
everything,
not
and I'm
change
good. I'm coming
recently.
back to Tesla. Does the stock rally because he's not distracted anymore, or does it sell off because he's not in Trump's good graces?
well,
What do you think would be the reaction?
I'm going to just imagine why this is happening.
Okay.
But the
So
Twitter
let's say
note that
he
Elon Musk is
steps
out with a
aside 'cause
note on
Doge
Twitter outages. There's still a
found you
massive
trying,
cyber
or
attack
Trump.
against X.
Fine. So he's like,
We did it.
yeah, we unleashed the algorithm. It's and so he's going back to Tesla.
Right. I could picture this, by
Yeah.
the way.
Now he can profit from his time in the government.
Okay.
He couldn't profit while he was here to help Tesla. Now he goes back to Tesla. Tesla becomes like the official vehicle for like everything the government does.
Yeah.
Tesla probably goes
20%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's down. It's in a huge drawdown, so it wouldn't be that much of a surprise if it did that.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think it would rally pretty hard. Hey, we should have started the show with this, but is the bull market over?
By the way, is the bull market over?
No.
You don't think so?
You know, the bull market.
Sold 3 of 5.
I would be surprised if it's over. So I shouldn't say no like I know because I don't know. I'm sorry. But I'd say the probabilities are very remote because if you look at all bull market major tops before a 40% drawdown since 1900, all of them could have been predicted with a 40-year lead time based on births
So you think
and
so
immigration
that
deaths.
demography thing is
Yeah.
still in force no matter what they do to try to mess it
Yeah,
up?
that's right. Because if you cut the population by just 20-year intervals and you mark the peak of each cohort, it marked the 29 top, the 74 top, the 99 top, 2018 top, and the next major top shouldn't be till 2030.
So you're not talking
Wait,
about the
hold on, he was
cyclical
about to
bull.
say,
Why did you talk over him? What year did he just say?
The 74 top, the 99 top, 2018 top, and the next major top shouldn't be till 2030.
So you're not talking
Wait,
about
hold
the
on, hold on.
cyclical.
Mother
Remember some
bitches,
commentary
he
after
was
the
just
process
about to tell you
says that they
2028 or 38. I thought it was with a 30.
on Twitter, X.
He says again. Okay.
Wait, wait, wait,
You're
20
saying
what? What was the year?
2038.
All right.
Yeah, what was the year? Maybe you shouldn't interrupt the man.
Top shouldn't be till 2038.
So you're not talking
Wait,
about
hold
the
on, hold on. He was
cyclical
about to
bull.
say, wait,
You're
20
saying,
what? What was the year?
2038.
All right, I feel better.
but
38.
you're not talking about the cyclical bull market then. You're talking about like the 09 run up until
Yeah,
now.
so a major,
Okay.
the kind that could unwind the entire bull market.
All
Okay.
right, so we have more than a decade. I feel better now.
So we're okay.
There's also
So
some
he's
C-plus
talking
stuff
about
going on
like
that
the
I think you'll find
big
interesting, Tom.
freaking
This
pullbacks.
is from All-Star Charts. I think this is Grant's work.
HMRW 5
Year
minute.
1 of a bull market, obviously, up and to the right. Year 2 of a bull market, by definition, up and to the right. Year 3 tends to be pretty disgusting.
which is where we are now.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Average year 3 bull market is
I've
sideways.
seen this chart,
Huh.
and
That's pretty crazy.
I'd say I don't necessarily have problems with how this is constructed.
That being said, no? I thought you were about to fillet it.
Oh,
it's-
yeah, but-
it's
but
an,
I
it's an
can say-
amalgam
yeah.
of many
Yeah.
bull markets.
But the one thing I'd say is that there's wide distributions in year 3. So there's actually plenty of 20% years.
Okay.
So it's not like, because this chart makes it look like you're only going to be 5% and like you hover like.
It
an
doesn't show
EKG.
all of the distributions.
Yeah. So this is because as wide the distributions are, year 3 also reflects bull markets end and then you have a huge decline.
True.
Very unscientific. Year 1, we had an underwhelming start to the bull market, and some would argue it was only 7 stocks going up, and that's partly true. Year 2, that's last year, far out.
Those only bubbles?
what the
It
average
just
bull
said
market.
bull market, I
And
thought.
then this year, and again, I understand
Bull
but
market
still,
trends
like,
to be
we're
missing.
kind of really perfectly tracking what the history has been.
Being chopped to shit.
Yeah. He must be doing like non-calendar because like 35%. He has 35% in year 2.
They're not calendar people. Hey, you have a chart that shows. So this is now year 3, as we're talking about, year 3 of a bull market. We had 20% 2 years ago. We had 20% last year. And you have a chart.
ETH
much better than this also,
1950.
Chris.
Let's
You have
go.
a chart showing that the second half. After
I need
a back-to-back
mutants to get
20% year tends be
murdered.
pretty
I want to buy
lousy.
more.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is all years that had 2 consecutive 20% years preceding it. So that's like that first vertical line says year 0. And then we're just saying, what does that 12 months later look like? And as you can see, you might be okay in the first
Just
half, the second half's usually tougher.
Sorry, is that 1880?
I saw that too.
Yeah.
Is that like Yellowstone?
Tom was
He goes,
digging deep.
yeah.
Okay. So this is not.
We were like still shooting pistols.
Yeah.
We're not following that. We're not tracking.
So this is not wildly out of character for what typically happens after you've had a big run in stocks.
Yes.
The reason why I believe in this stuff is because it's just human behavior. Like the variables in all these years are different. Tax rates are different. Inflation regimes are different. Republican president, Democrat president, like all of that stuff is interchangeable. But the
mood,
the component of this that's not is how people trade.
Yeah, because it's
HMR high day.
It's fear and greed.
we know good news gets priced in, and then
Yeah.
it's hard to determine. But then after a certain amount of time, people might get complacent or whatever you'd call it.
Okay. What's this one? Are we doing this?
Yeah, we could skip that one.
Okay.
Tom, you were bullish earlier. I don't know if you still are about small caps, and I think one of the reasons why we have your chart is that the S&P is driven largely by tech stocks, but the Russell 2000 has much more exposure to rate-sensitive industries. So, is the thinking that if the economy weakens and rates go down, that the Russell would maybe go down less than the market, or do you think that it would outperform in a bull market? What's your thinking here?
I don't think if there's a recession, small caps outperform. So like on that downside, I don't think it's protected. But if we look at the composition here, I actually am surprised it's done so poorly because, for instance, healthcare's the best performing sector year to date, and you can see
Quad.
healthcare's a bigger weight in small
I
caps.
feel your pain.
Financials have done well year to date. It's a bigger weight in small caps.
What's my trade side
Industrials have
range
outperformed
joystick?
year to date. It's a bigger
It
weight.
depends.
You have less exposure to
Like on
tech.
Tesla, I'm taking today.
And
So
Just
what's
kinda
weighing
nutty.
the small
500
caps down this
shares.
year?
I think it's
And
the
I think the
push
biggest trade today I've
because-
taken
Just
is
people saying sell small caps.
2,000.
Yeah,
Not
so
on
they're
Tesla, but on different
derated. They got
stocks.
cheaper.
Okay.
Oh,
Not
wow.
because-
Small
So,
caps are down 15%.
Anywhere between
50% drawdown. I didn't
250
realize that.
shares
Yeah,
to
so
2,000
that
shares
it's not
today.
like someone's doing
My max is
relatively-
usually
They're selling
4,000.
the ETF.
If it's breaking
They're
news
selling
on something, I
IWS.
might take
It's
up
like
to
the first thing
10,000
people
if like
sell. Yeah.
like a
Like, oh, you're worried
low,
about the economy?
like a penny
Get that
stock or
shit out of
something.
here. We're not
Yeah.
going to need that. We'll buy it back later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Are
as
you
what's
targeting
working this
USD
year is
value like
financials,
10K or
industrials,
something?
healthcare. That's like a huge.
No,
That's
I
already more
don't.
than
It's just
half
share
of it.
share
So it
size.
should be a good index, but it's, and I think that
Nothing to do with dollar
amount.
amount.
But as an index, hasn't worked.
All right. One fly in the ointment on the inflation side is if the Fed thinks they have to about face. This, like, to me, if you ask me what's the biggest risk,
The reason why it's based off of how the stock moves. So if a stock is moving like $3 a minute, I'm not taking a 4,000 share size. I'm going to take size appropriate to how the stock moves. Tesla, I'm not taking 2,000 shares of Tesla. because this thing can go up and down $1 like nobody's business. So it plus $1 is $2,000, down $1 is $2,000 for me if I took 2,000 shares, right? So I need to be able to buffer that a little bit. So I take smaller size to deal with the volatility of the moves. So, but on the flip side, if I'm trading something like AMC, where it moves maybe a penny every 5 minutes, I can take 20,000 shares of this and not even think twice about it. Goes up a penny, that's $200. Goes down a penny, it's $200. So it's all based off of how the stock moves, the volatility of the stock.
That people aren't as worried about now as maybe they should be. It's if the Fed says they're not tight enough. And the only thing in my mind that could drive that is not commodity prices from tariffs. I think it's like the labor shortage and the immigration story feeding into that. So I want to ask you, do you think this is inflationary? This is CBS News this week. The number of migrants crossing the U.S. southern border illegally in Trump's first full month in office plunged to a level not seen in at least 25 years. Whoa. This is CBS News. Look at this. Border Patrol recorded 8,450 apprehensions of migrants who crossed into the country unlawfully.
It's a crazy drop.
On some days, a record spike in illegal crossings under Biden. They had 8,000 apprehensions in a single day. So what was happening in one day under Biden is a full month under Trump. And of course, this is by design. This is what he promised the voters. This is what voters want. And he's actually carrying this out. But the point is, as we all know, some of the best areas in the economy in terms of their contribution to growth.
General, how do you think I should learn to trade, and what should I learn before I begin?
Illegal and legal.
So think about it. We have a lot of new people today. The first thing you need to learn is what kind of trade are you going to be on? What time frame? So are you going to be a short-term time frame person, like minute chart, like you're seeing here, 5-minute chart? Do you need to swing trade? So you need to hold for days on end? Are you that kind of trader? Or are you looking larger picture, years before you buy and sell things? So once you figure that out, now you know what kind of trader you are.
VST out by Hunterbrook. Vistra asks county to silence reporters. Dodges questions about surface testing. That's the comments out by Hunterbrook on Vistra.
Interesting online. And from there, you need to learn just basic stuff. You need to understand candlesticks, what they represent, candlestick patterns. Very important. Support and resistance areas. These are all things you can YouTube, things you can find out for free. And that's a really good start. There's plenty, hundreds of YouTube videos that are free for you to digest that stuff. And then hang out here, because we're not trying to sell you anything.
Leisure and hospitality, everything that feeds through to travel, the airlines business, hotels business, like unfortunately or unfortunately,
except soils. Yeah, I might sell you a tractor.
Feeds that beast. And if we don't go into a recession, I could see a scenario where we start worrying about hoarding of employees again and people just not being able to get enough workers. And that was part of the inflationary spiral of the 2020 to 2023 era.
Yeah.
Do you worry about that? Do you think that's inflationary?
I actually just have two counter perspectives.
Okay.
So first, I think it's definitely positive evidence that properly integrated my immigration works, because that's Texas, right?
Yeah.
You know, they welcome immigrants. But the difference is that I think a lot
Shut
of
up, banana, but he has a good point. He has a very good point.
Employment, because as you know, the employment rate of the migrant, the crossings is actually really low.
Yeah.
And so they're actually more of an institutional population. So the ratio, like if you look at hospitals or prisons, you know, where someone's under care, it's one job is created to take care of like 10 institutionalized people.
Yeah.
So we've actually created wage inflation because the migrants.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because you have to house them. Because you didn't construct facilities, you had to rent hotels, and you had to hire workers to actually manage all these people, and
And
then
to
you
hire
have to,
workers to deal with migrants who are not
Yeah.
coming into the country and getting
and
jobs.
yeah, and then you have to
I've
give them
announced
EBT
plans to
cards.
submit
Thank you,
so
Dave,
it's
for the
actually
follow.
inflationary.
Yeah.
To support cancer patients.
Italy,
I'll take a VST.
uh,
Victor
so
Sandy Tango
they're-
notes 100 Brook Research is out with a note on Vistra. Says Vistra asked county to silence reporters, dodges questions about service testing. Why don't you choose a VST?
I think they're already short that, are they not?
reduce their border crossings, and it had the same profile of not highly employed crossings, and their economy is doing better.
Okay.
And actually, they haven't. It's not led to inflation. It's actually led to actually improved growth.
Okay. So this is not something that we need to worry about stoking inflation, having less migration.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to be implemented, but if ICE is not, they can't boot 20 million people, but if they're targeting criminal gangs and stuff,
Yeah.
I think it's actually going to be positive social fabric.
Well, I do too, and this is what the people voted for this
Yeah.
time around. This was like a really big issue.
Yeah, and as in
Thank you, Moogle.
someone who thinks Trump
Moogle.
doesn't like migrants or immigrants, all of his properties employ many people on.
Shh, don't say
So
that.
so I
Don't-
think he knows.
The mics
sort
are
of-
on. Yeah. All right. And he's a builder, so
Yeah.
he's aware.
Yeah, very
Okay.
well aware.
Okay. Polymarket probability of a U.S. recession hits 38%. What do you do with this stuff? It was highly predictive of the U.S. presidential election. Do we throw it out when they try their hand at economics and not politics?
Can someone pull up the dollar amounts for contracts for that?
It's like $18. No, I
Yeah.
don't know. But we know it's mostly overseas, the people who are doing these
Yeah.
bets. But I don't.
The
I
hell
don't
it
know what the
is.
dollar
Because if
amount
it's
is.
not involving millions, someone is just making fun bets.
Can you find out like how much money is betting on recession?
Yeah,
on Polymarket?
usually on the website it'll show you the total contract volume.
What is this?
Outstanding.
I'm looking at. Keep going. Give me a minute.
Okay.
I'm not on this thing a lot.
Okay.
That's why, with the elections, it was hundreds. Like there was actually $1 billion of open
was
contracts.
big money.
So you knew it was real money.
Okay, let's say this is a lot of money. What would your thoughts be about like the meaning in something like this?
See, let's say
You
that
like
gets
Kalshi
50,
better?
Yeah.
The White House is
I don't
playing
know.
with fire and Fed's playing with fire.
Okay. So
And-
you
and
so,
the
so
put
you
would
think
come
people
back.
should be paying attention to this?
If this is liquid, the Fed better be watching this.
All right, I'm going to tell you right now before Michael finds the number, and we may not find it. I'm going to tell you I doubt it's anywhere near as much money as was betting on the election.
Oh,
I
for
just don't
sure.
think people randomly are like, let me place a bet on U.S. recession. I do think everybody wanted to place a bet on the presidential election.
That's right.
So
and
let's
this,
assume this is not as liquid.
and this looks so choppy. It looks like one trade swings this thing.
These are not large bets.
They're not, right?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet that it is.
Almost all of them are under 10 grand.
What do you think about probability markets in general?
I
What
think
signifies a
it's
large
about
bet
that.
with
it's-
this dude?
It's an experiment, and I think it's super useful.
Damn.
Okay, I agree. I'm not sure how, but I could see it becoming part of the toolkit of
I gotta
people
go
that
look at
follow
Polymarket
markets
now.
and
Yeah.
the economy. Okay. We did the
We did
rate-
that already. Let's talk about granny shots.
Yeah. So you launched an ETF. I told you not to do it, but I only told you not to do it because I'm so protective of you. What I said was, oh shit, now he's going to have a quote unquote public track record
Yeah.
that people are going to harass him about when the market goes down. But you didn't care. You're not afraid of what people think.
No.
And you plowed through and the thing was received pretty well. People
Dude,
are into it.
almost $1 billion in assets. And you
Yeah.
kind of just launched it. That's incredible.
It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Thank you.
All right. So let's for people that haven't heard your previous appearances here and are unaware of the concept here, these are stocks that you think are like layups, basically. And Granny shot like shooting a free throw underhanded like Rick Barry.
Yeah, and you
Okay.
want to own it. You're not trading them.
Yeah.
So we're trying to find essentially what's equivalent of like your idea of permanent stocks. But we do rotate it. But the reason we sort of have this idea is we have themes that like span multiple decades.
Shut up, Siru.
Cybersecurity, millennials, AI, Fed cycles.
Okay. So your idea is that these are stocks that are enduring.
90-day or
The story behind
Yeah,
them
they're
is
linked.
bigger than the stock itself.
Yeah, they're linked to generational.
Does that
ideas.
mean
Okay, I
ceasefire
love that
or
idea.
war
And we
end?
only add a stock that appears in more than one theme. So you want to say like, hey,
I mean, you
these
can't
are the
even get
stocks most
Zelensky
linked
to the table.
cybersecurity.
I don't know if you're
But
stopping
let's
that
say
war
there's
in
50
90
stocks,
days.
But then we want to say, is it linked to any of the other 6 themes? So it has to be appearing at least 2 themes.
Kalshi
because then
has?
we figure
Okay.
there's 2 legs to support. why the
Am I
stock's
green
doing
after
well.
net last
story
week?
goes away.
Think so.
There's still it's on
look.
there for a reason.
Yeah, it's anchored. Yeah.
Okay, I
Does
thought
that mean that you wouldn't own a stock like CrowdStrike?
I
which
might
is
have
like
been green last
purely
week.
in
I can't
one
remember.
Theme?
Well, CrowdStrike is.
I ended up Friday green by $35.
AI and cybersecurity.
Yes, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah.
You're good, Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I have a million questions. How many holdings?
There's 35 stocks.
Is that
Right now
static?
it's
It
Saudi.
will
Yeah,
always
he
be
is.
35?
It's not a predetermined number, but has always ended up averaging around 35.
How close are you trying to get the initial position weighting to the other weightings? Are we trying to equal weight or
yes,
not?
it's quarterly rebalance to equal weight.
Okay.
And it would have done better, as you would know, if we never rebalanced because NVIDIA has been part of the
So
granny shots
last week I
was
made
since 2019.
But guess what? You're telling people
$666.96.
I'm reba-
So
In
I was green
hindsight,
last week.
Would you have done a semi-annual rather than a quarterly? Because you're going to throttle the best stocks, but
Yes,
you're
it
also
does
going to
throttle.
reduce
So my huge
volatility.
drawdown didn't help.
So it's kind of a
But we were
double-edged
green
sword by
regardless.
rebalancing that frequently.
Yeah, and it ends up being under 100% annual turnover.
Okay.
So it's not like we're turning over the portfolio. And the ETF has the tax efficiency because no one's having to sit through capital gains through the rebalances. So that's
Okay.
advantageous.
Okay. So it's all right. So it's 35 names right now. They're roughly equal weighted, and then during the course of the quarter, they're going to move around, of course.
Yeah.
So, like for example, your top 10 names: Progressive, Apple, Abbott, Garmin, S&P Global, Bank of New York Mellon, Costco, Palo Alto, Microsoft, Netflix. So you have Mag 7 names in here, which
Yeah.
makes sense. They probably addressed 5 themes.
Correct.
How does Progressive Corporation become the largest current weighting in the index?
Part of that is just performance since the rebalance for
Insurance
Progressive.
stocks are doing really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Progressive is actually linked to a seasonal theme. So it is linked to the
Like
PMIs.
the power of Christmas. What's-
No, the
okay.
PMI. So we look at like what is correlated to PMIs for this period. So that's like what we call a seasonal rotation.
Okay.
But Progressive is a millennial stock because
Garmin was your first 10
and
backer?
that- you know, when you look at
Nice.
who like millennials will account for like 72% of all the growth in financial services spending.
Wow.
So companies that are innovative are going to do really well because millennials essentially buy their it's like a growth industry.
About to get a move
within
out of here. Look at
financial
Bollinger is
services.
tight.
Okay. So Progressive is, of all the insurers,
Already
that's
tapped the
one that
top
best
side. I
represents
wouldn't be
that
surprised
theme.
for
Correct.
top.
How do you
tap
decide
bottom.
that? Is how much of this is quantitative versus like somebody like really looking qualitatively at these
Maybe
companies?
not until this
It's
peaks.
both. So we have a quantitative process. It's called DQM. So it is actually it's the quantitative
Yeah, the Dairy
expression
Queen
of
metrics. Sure.
yeah of
I'm
my
familiar.
of all
It's a
the
5-minute
work I did
cock and
at
go,
JP
though.
Morgan, we built a single quantitative model, and so
Okay.
that is what runs to improve the
See.
quality breakdown. And then we do have a technical view from Mark,
Okay.
and then we of course look at the company, make sure it actually fits the theme. So it's a multi-step process.
Are there knockout factors like if one of these companies
You bought it
says,
at
"Oh
11,
shit, we have to
right after
restate
9/11.
3/4 worth of
Damn.
earnings"?
Yeah.
Will you guys immediately get out of it so that there's like this quality?
Yeah, so in theory, super
maintenance?
micro.
Yeah.
In the research version of the granny shots, it used to exist in it, and it was a very big performer. But then, as soon as there was auditing and compliance, it couldn't qualify.
So you guys will get people out of those names immediately if
Well,
there's
yeah.
some sort of factor that is just like we can't be in this while
Yeah.
that gets sorted out.
Now there was a drawdown with super micro. So, but it had already produced a lot of returns for the granny.
Okay.
list, but
What
yes.
kind of feedback are you
Granny?
getting from the investors?
Here we go. Here's the
There's
push.
probably a lot of people that don't buy your research, but they're fans of yours because of you appear and you make commentary.
Here's the push.
So now people feel like they can
Slingshot
invest in
engaged.
some of your ideas.
Yeah.
What kind of feedback do you get from those people?
It's been very good feedback.
Wait till the bear market.
Yeah.
Needs to
Well,
hold under this level.
There is a lot of hand holding that's
2650.
required.
As an ETF.
Huh.
Yes, and so what we
What
do,
do you do? Webinars?
I do a weekly video that is available to the public, but we have I think 35,000 people who signed up for the Granny Shots distribution
Granny?
list. which you can from the website, grandyshots.com. And we push out a weekly video so they know what's happening to holdings. And
That's what you should use AI for.
And my kind of
You
ETF.
should not be forced to do that.
Yeah.
Weekly videos
Weekly.
a lot.
it is, but we found people say it really helps them understand that what's happening with their money.
So it helps them hold the fund.
Yeah,
That's
because
really critical thing.
yeah, so we're
is-
not hiding that there might be some, Palantir hit or Nvidia hit, but then in their minds they know that how to contextualize that, and it's not a mysterious.
You know what else is useful about that? In the process of talking about the fund, over time, people could get a better and better sense of how you think about the holdings themselves and the way that you invest.
Yeah.
Like not just the companies specifically, but like what would make you sell it? What would make right? Or
Yeah.
what would make you keep a stock?
Yeah.
So that takes time for people to really learn.
Yeah, like in the video we just released, we explained the whole idea of millennials and how much they're going to represent of like babies born and cars, and why if you did a similar generational bet with the boomers, you vastly outperformed the market. So you want to find the stocks that are most tied to millennials right now.
Is this the start of a product suite?
Yes.
Who'd you put this out there? Is this Tidal?
Yes, we worked with Tidal.
Okay, so is Tidal calling you like every day? Hey Tom, your next $1 billion idea, please. Like we're ready. What do you got?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Tidal and many other providers have contacted us with
International
ideas.
granny shots?
I think international.
Can I give you a great
sounds-
name for it? Abuelita, right? Spanish for
Abuelita.
You
On
don't hate it.
RCAT,
Small grannies?
probably
Small
form
little
S,
grannies?
Young
Yeah.
grannies?
3,
Tom,
Mid grannies.
13,
Granny
5,
aristocrats?
7 million
I don't-
Grandpa.
That's on
Grandpa shots.
RCA.
Tom,
All
we
right,
got to get
congratulations.
Granny back shots. Is that what he just
We can't get out
said?
of here without talking about crypto. You've got a chart in your deck that shows Bitcoin going to 5 million.
Yeah, say the craziest thing you can about
Say
crypto so we
that
can
again, babe.
clip this for TikTok.
How are we getting to 5 million?
By 2027?
Now that's
Slowly.
yeah.
And then all at once.
Yeah.
By the way, if you got to 5 million, because we have a grid to show it, it's that gold would be doubled in price.
Daniel, previous chart.
Yeah. Gold would double in price.
So this is if crypto
Seabass,
reaches
that is
parity with gold
insane.
in
Yeah.
terms of market cap.
Yes.
Okay, it's not there already.
No, it's only 10% of the value of gold.
Wait, what? How much gold is there in the world?
There is
10?
21.
How does Josh not know that?
Dollars of gold.
How much crypto? 3.
Bitcoin's 2.
Bitcoin by itself is 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the amount of money millennials choose to put into digital gold rivals the current amount of gold, you know what the flaw in that logic is? If there's this huge predilection for Bitcoin versus gold on the part of millennials, then the valuation of gold will shrink. So is like you might get parity, but that's because the amount of money in gold goes down.
Yeah. I thought about, and I got the numbers a little wrong. Let's say
Josh
gold has been like
Clueless.
$7,000. However, I heard something interesting, and I didn't realize gold has outperformed the S&P 6 of the last 7 years.
Yeah,
So
quietly too.
yeah, so gold is
I saw that chart the other
bad
day.
asset class.
I was
But
like,
Bitcoin,
what the hell?
So I think even if it's not like millennials need to buy gold for gold to go up,
Basketball.
you just
Okay.
need the boomers to hold it.
You need central banks
Yeah.
around the world to buy it and hold it, which they
Yeah.
are.
That's right.
Okay. Do you get involved in any of these conversations about Bitcoin reserve? Like, are you talking to people
Here we go.
that
Here's a
are
push.
involved in this at all, or not really?
Come on.
Well, there is. I'm not going to the White House
Okay.
this week. I'm
Okay.
not invited, but
Okay.
we do have conversations with Congress people.
Okay.
But
Are they
I'm-
like, Tom, what do you think if we do this?
Do you
they're
think it's a good
they're
idea?
like, can you pump my coin?
Yeah,
Is it a good idea? Why would we have a Bitcoin strategic reserve?
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Why?
Well, we already have one. We've confiscated
That's
Bitcoin.
not all right. But why do you think it makes sense?
Why should we buy more?
If Bitcoin becomes the backbone of a new financial system, which it really is, like, it's the king of the remittances. It's it is the immutable blockchain, and it's people have a lot of reasons that they trust it. In 14 years, no one's broken it, and there's no replacement. Then
Are you now all in cash
if
on
the
your
U.S. owns a
long-term
million
investments?
Bitcoin, they'll be the largest. holder of
I'm
Bitcoin.
mostly
But we're just
cash.
what are we doing
And
with it?
depends
We're
how this week
facilitating
closes,
trade
that
with
will
it,
be
or
all
we're just
cash.
holding it?
Well,
If it's a strategic reserve with a strategic petroleum reserve, they use
All
it.
depends how this week
when there's
closes.
like an oil shortage or there's a problem or there's a
Am I still in pot
dislocation,
stocks? No.
they will tap the reserve.
But yeah,
And then
Sold
when
that
prices
5
come
years
down,
ago.
they'll add it back. What do we? How does to
Yeah.
Michael's question, like what? How does a Bitcoin strategic reserve function?
okay.
Would there be a shortage of Bitcoin? And we
Yeah,
have
and
to
like to what end?
These are good questions, but
Yeah.
keep this in mind. So oil's a strategic
There's
commodity.
another attempt to break this
Okay.
2650.
Now, oil only has 7 buyers, really. It's the refiners. Oil, like that's produced everywhere, it's really just bought by refiners.
who then turn it into something
Yeah,
useful.
to distillates and gasoline.
Okay.
But there's really only 7 buyers. And so if you look at oil, the oil market that's bought by for distillate, and then say, take the total
Couldn't do
trading
it.
volume of oil against that. What do you think
Is
the
this
ratio
the bottom
is?
for a little bit here? Or?
I don't know, tiny, right?
400. For every dollar of oil that's,
Gotta hear that again.
but there's really only 7 buyers. And so if you look at oil, the oil market that's bought by for distillate, and then say, take the total trading volume of oil against that. What do you think the ratio is?
I don't know, tiny, right?
400. For every dollar of oil that's bought at a pump,
I
it's
see.
traded 400 times on speculation.
Wow.
Wow.
Jeez.
Okay.
So you need a strategic petroleum reserve because there's so much price speculation around it that
Okay.
you could be whipsawed if you didn't control some way to manage prices.
Okay. So Bitcoin is the same.
Yeah, so let's say
Tons of
Bitcoin,
speculation around
let's say
it.
that it becomes 10% of people's net worth and banks start to use it to secure information. Because remember, the blockchain, you can just store 1 pixel of a 10 million page document, but the hash will detect if you changed 1 pixel. So that's why you're going to use the Bitcoin to secure information, right? Well, that's really valuable, but then wouldn't the US want to be able to control this blockchain or exert some way to censor it somehow?
Okay.
And, you know, once banks start trading Bitcoin, like Citadel, it will probably be the most profitable product for Goldman and JP
Because of
Morgan.
how volatile it is,
Yeah.
bid-ask spreads are wider.
Correct. And if
Okay.
oil's traded 400 times, Bitcoin might be 1,000 times. It's going to be a hugely traded commodity.
Okay, so this is a productive thing, even though, to my earlier point, we have a budget deficit, we have tons of debt. This is a project that we should also undertake now because it might come in handy at some point in the future.
Yeah, well, the US owns 200,000 Bitcoin, as long as it's not, those keys are safe.
Okay.
And so let's say, but they buy 800,000 more through the Exchange Stability Fund, you know, so another 80 billion.
If they do that, I think the price goes to $1 million too. I just don't know if they're going to do that.
Yeah, but then if Bitcoin gets to 36 million, there's
Yeah.
no national debt.
Okay. In that fantasy, who do you sell the Bitcoin to pay off the debt, though? I've heard that before.
Michael Saylor, hello.
So Michael Saylor buys the Bitcoin from us, and we use the proceeds to extinguish our debt.
Well, it's not. You don't need to
Shocker.
Sell, 'cause it's almost the same thing as like if Nvidia is 3 trillion.
Shocker cheese.
It's not like someone would say, "Oh, well, you're going to liquidate all 3 trillion, so it's not worth 3 trillion." It's as long as the value is stored at that level,
Okay.
and you can still trade
Then
it.
we could say it's an asset that offsets the debt that we have. We don't have to use it to pay down the debt.
Yeah.
We could just say we're backing that.
There we go.
debt with
Another
this
try at
asset.
this
I'll guarantee you
2650.
If Bitcoin got to 36 million, okay, theoretically, the U.S. cost of debt would go to 0.
Okay.
They would have no, because they have 0 net debt.
What's going to happen on Friday?
I think, okay, so the base case, I think it's a really bad jobs report, maybe 50,000. I think the market panics, but Powell's speaking at 12:30, and you're going to see the May odds 100%.
Because Powell's gonna make it all better. Like he's gonna like calm people down. Like we're aware of the situation.
Well, because this is
She never does.
now with Atlanta, you know, GDP now negative, and then jobs. This is not like the Fed can sit there hawkishly.
It's sort of funny to have a day where there's a jobs report that disappoints. The market's been selling off all week. It gets even worse on Friday, and Powell has to compete for airtime with Michael Saylor because the White House is filled with crypto people.
Yeah.
It's going to be a wild day.
Yeah.
Well, Tom, this has been awesome. I have one more thing to share with people. You have made available access to Fund Strat research for our listeners for a 30-day free trial. And we want to tell people where they can do that. Can I tell people?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm supposed to read this.
That was
If
good.
You are an
Good
experienced
podcast. Pip, shut the front door. Yeah. Haven't heard Benzinga at all today. I mean, whoa! There's the push. There's your push. Is that a news piece? Or just technical? MSTR getting obliterated. Technical piece of shit. Damn it on this reclaim. Dick's stuck in a toaster again. Oh, all right. We got a lot of new people here. Any questions? Go ahead, hammer out. Things are dreary today, obviously. Market 2.6% down. Q's pushing 4%. Holy moly. No dumb questions, so have at it. We had mentioned earlier, around 8 o'clock, I think it was, of when to market bottoms. And one of the indicators that we talked about was the viewership of channels. We were talking about mine, but you could use about anybody that trades and that has a decent following, a consistent following. And we talked about, I average typically just normal day traders here that are here every single day, 375 to 400 viewers. We've been pushing 425 recently on Twitch. All the other platforms, they're all over the place, right? But Twitch is consistent. And I said, if you want to know when people start freaking out and there might be some panic selling, the viewer count will go 500, 600, somewhere in that range. And today, we are now seeing 530, it shows on Twitch, on my side anyway. So this is the first day that we have started to get that kind of freak out moment. And we're saying, market bottoms, you ain't going to get it without kind of some kind of freak out selling here. So I think we're starting to approach these levels. How dangerous is taking advantage of E-Trade's margin purchasing power? It's more than doubling my cash. What? I came here only to say don't use margin. Why do you use E-Trade? Oh my gosh, freaking I don't know the answer to that question. Oh my gosh, freedoms. Experience trade advice, sell volatility. Okay, when VIX is high, sell product that should make money when it goes back. I took out a loan to buy crypto last week. It's down 20%, waiting on next loan to come through. Vax, you are not serious. Shut your freaking face. What would you tell an investor, not trader, to go for in a time frame that is 10 plus years? Just delete the app and keep the payment up. So if you have a long-term horizon, you look for these moments. Okay, I know I went over this on Friday, but we're going to do it again because we have a lot of new people here. So let's talk about what we're talking about, but in chart form. We're going to go over the weekly crossover stuff. I know we did it last week, but we're going to do it again because there's a lot of people here, and it might give them some understanding of moves. Okay. So all these yellow circles that you see here, this is the daily chart of the SPY. All these circles are when the 9 EMA crosses underneath the 21. That is the red line crossing under, right here, crossing underneath the yellow. Red goes under yellow. Okay. I circled all of them for like the past 15, 20 years or whatever it was. I can't remember. When that happens, on average, we get a 5 to 10% pullback. There's two types of ways it works out. One is a false break like this, where it just cracks it and goes back up. Or it breaks it, the retest fails, and then you actually get your move. So this is typically a 5 to 10% pullback from top to be bottom. Right now, we're down at like the 8.7%. Right? This one here, this was 5.5%. That was the head fake. Oops. This was a head fake. This one was a cross, a confirmed cross, top to bottom, 9.7%. This one confirmed, 5.8%. It doesn't happen too often, but when it does, it's significant. This one, 7%. This one, 5.6%. So you can kind of get the idea. I can go back further. There's more of them. We looked at all of them. But you typically get, when it's a confirmed follow through, thank you for the sub, by the way, BJT024, 6 months. Love it. You get a 5 to 10% pullback. The big question, so we're in that range right now. The bigger picture, which is what we talked about last week and a little bit the week before, is when you have these kind of game-changing things that will disrupt a bull market, whereas maybe an election or Jay Powell changing, the Fed changing its tune, or maybe a catastrophic event of some sort, COVID, housing crisis, something like that. The weekly chart is where things can kind of get really scary. So the weekly chart, and we're going to go back and do that right now. So the yellow circles that we showed, that was like, this is July 2024. This is April 2024. This one was September of 23, August of 23, February of 23. It happens 2, 3 times, 4 times a year, maybe, right? The weekly 9 under the 21. So the weekly 9 under the 21, which is about to happen here, depending on how this week closes. If we get somebody like Trump come out and say some news today, they know, because they know what this implies. I guarantee it. Anyway, let's look at the last time that these have crossed over on the weekly. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Okay, not what I wanted. So the first one, of course, is a poor example. We're going to ignore this one. This is a head fake. We got a cross here in October of 2023 to the downside. We'll talk about it real quick. But all of a sudden it crossed back up. Why? Jay Powell came out and said, we're done raising, we're going to start cutting interest rates. He changed the game. That's what I'm saying is we might this week or next week have someone come out and change the game. right? If we have Jay Powell come out next week and say, we'll probably need to get more aggressive on rate cuts, that changes the game. So this was Jay Powell coming out and saying, literally the week that this happened, I sold all my stuff, all my holdings this week, and I bought it back like this week because he changed the game and it flipped the chart. Otherwise, we were going to have a pretty big pullback. But he came out and said, we're going to start interest rate cuts. And guess what? We've been up ever since. All right. So ignore that one. That's an anomaly. Let's go back in time. The time before that, where you had the weekly 9 cross under the 21, happened in February of 2022. This does not happen too often. From top to bottom, there's a 27% pullback. From top to bottom. Q's worst day since 2022. Hot damn. All right, let's go back further. Tesla's getting killed. Yes, it is. I need to put an alert in here. Not really paying attention too much. Oops. Before that, this is February of 2020. So this is like your COVID, right? Top to bottom, 35% pullback in the market, 36%. Time before that, this is October 2018. %20 pullback, top to bottom. Time before that, this does not happen too often. This is a significant event. Top to bottom, that's 14%. And from here, it's another 14%. This one, this is 2011. So from 2011, and then you bull ran for freaking 4 years. Yeah, 4 years. It's pretty amazing. This one, top to bottom, that's 21%. This one here, top to bottom, 17%. I think that's all the ones I covered. Oh no, here's another one. Is this the housing crisis? Looks like it. Top to bottom. This is November of 07. Top to bottom, 57%. That's a big one, right? I think that's the only one. That's the last one we did. We could do this one though. This is the year 2000. This is the tech bubble. Top to bottom, 49%. So the two big ones, these guys, these were like cataclysmic events, right? And you can almost throw COVID into that too, right? I don't think that the pullback we're seeing that's leading to this one. Oh, I need to hang on. Let me watch my trade here. Hear this? Hear this? Hear this? We just talked about this. We just talked about this.
Commentary how OpenAI signs a 5-year cloud contract with CoreWeave.
Beijing hopes plans could have
been
paved the way for
circulated.
formal trade talks to start. That from the Wall Street Journal.
We just talked about this. Now, I don't know if that changes the game, but it might pump the stock market. So the news was China and U.S. summit in June, I believe it is.
Reuters.
Yeah, June. All right, back to it. Back to the chart. And if you're on vertical stream, you need to come over to the main streams to see what we're talking about here, because I'm not showing it on the verticals. I don't have it set up for that. I apologize. Okay, so all the weekly crossovers except this one led to massive pullbacks. Roughly 20%, unless it was cataclysmic event,
S&P futures
like your
sitting
tech
around
bubble
1.4 here.
burst, your housing market crisis, all that stuff. If we get that cross, check the 3-day. Okay, I'll do that in a little bit. If we get this cross here, this is my sell everything signal, which it looks like we're going to happen. Unless we get someone that comes out and changes the game and tries to pump this thing up because they don't want this. They don't want the recession. They don't want the freaking pullback in the stock market. We'll see.
CORZ, Charlie Oscar Romeo Zulu. Note to OpenAI is signing a 5-year cloud computing contract with 11.9 billion with CoreWeave. CORZ is seeing a spike in activity
Whoa,
on that.
11.5 billion in 5 years. Their market cap is 2 billion. That seems like a lot. All right, I'll put 713 break even on this so I can go watch something else. That seems like a big deal. All right, I'll come back. So anyway, I just stopped up. Okay, so there's my break even on it. So anyway, the 9 under the 21. If we get, say, a 20% pullback, like we typically would, where does that leave us? Almost near the weekly 200. So, if you're back to the person that originally brought this up, if you are a long-term 10-year plus person, this is the kind of stuff that you salivate over. These become great buying opportunities because, let's rewind now again. That's still the weekly chart. And let's look at when they flip from negative to positive. So the red line goes back over the yellow. All right. Here's one right here where the most recent one, when Jay Powell came out and said we're cutting interest rates now. We flipped from down to up. It's probably a bad example, but we'll include it anyway. From bottom to top, if this is the top.
Ticker quad SSSS. Note to also see an increase of activity. Note that stock does have a stake in CoreWeave. Watching there's a quad S on that.
This is a low float, 23. Oh. Does CoreWeave already give it all back, though? Pretty much. Let's see if it gets a pump or not. Now it's feeling kind of weak. $17. 17. What are we going to do? It's not really moving. All right, now back to the drawing board. So the flip up, this was what? A 50% move. Here's where it flipped down, big dumpy. When it flipped back up, this one's a little uglier, but we could probably attribute it to this moment right here. From here to here, it's a 22% move, not bad. This is sloppy through here, though. It's not as clean as some of the other ones. Here after this COVID crash and then the flip up, what changed the game here, by the way? zero interest rates and freaking free money for everybody. We'll go from here. From here to there, that's 73% move. If you wanted to take that into account, I mean, that's 120% move. It's insane. Here from bottom to top, from bottom to top would be here 44%. So these marks your bull runs too. Where did it flip up? Right here. So from bottom, tippy top, 62%. So when they flip back up, you're going to get a move, typically, almost every time, as far back as I can see. So, yeah. It's a pretty big deal. And we're on the precipice of another weekly downturn on those moving averages. And the question is Jay Powell going to save it this time? You know, Jay Powell really kind of does need a recession. If you really want to get employment and inflation and interest rates down, you kind of need a recession. You kind of need, and he said it multiple times before, we need pain in the labor market. We haven't had that. This entire time they've been trying to get the soft landing without that, without a soft labor market. You get that, things will go back to normal real quick with a lot of pain. So does Jay Powell allow that to happen? Are they behind the curve? Are they accidentally behind the curve? Do they allow it to happen on a Trump administration that Jay Powell obviously doesn't like and Trump doesn't like Jay Powell? And he knows that he can kill two birds with one stone. He could tank the market and the economy, or tank the economy, correct everything that needs to be corrected, and it won't be his fault. It'll be Trump's fault, or perceived Trump's fault. Sounds like a good proposition. Knowing full well that in a year or two from now, we're perfectly fine, and everything will be fine. But short-term pain, a lot of term pain. I don't know. Or are they just behind the curve like normal, and recession is inevitable, and they're going to get their wish? So maybe it's not on purpose, but inevitable regardless. I don't know. A lot of the ways it could play out, but it looks like it will play out. Unless someone saves the day. And it can happen. It can happen. Different Bates. I was a soccer coach beforehand. I can save the day as Trump's president. End of the war. Deficit and debt will go higher when they save us. Maybe. You got to remember also, Cheese brought up a good point, is you got $9 trillion you got to refinance. I don't know the dates of when all that has to happen by, but do you want to refinance it with high interest rates or low interest rates? It's a lot of money. You're a stopper. They don't really use that term anymore. So you must have been way back in the day. Coaching Mbappe. Yeah, right. No, I did coach some national team players for some African countries, though. Those guys were freaking phenomenal. Now Coors goes, oh my gosh. It stopped me out right here and then proceeded to go nuclear. $7.12 stopped me out right there by a penny and then ran. Sons of bitches. That was automatic. I just set a stop loss so I could go to a different screen and it hit it. What's SSS doing? Well, we might want to watch this one, boys. So apparently, according to BetaCheck, SSSS owns a piece of Coors. Coors W is the warrants? Oh, jeez.
My ticker CORZ shares seeing continued heavy activity, new highs on that core reef news.
AMBC, I'm back. Another pop here. More call activity. The August $10 calls on AMBC.
This isn't playing out very well. ChatGPT says SSS 25 million as of October 24. That's weird that you got that because I asked the same thing and it said nothing. As of the latest available information, SSSS does not hold or a reported ownership stake in Coors. Why is yours better than mine? Nero Grande, thank you. Why would it? Because it can scan filings. I didn't crash this week, Cheese. Shut your mouth. Or last week. Found a scrap of paper in my house from 1878. Damn. Was it used to plug a hole? Did you find it plugging a hole? Yeah. So anyway, back to finalizing my point. You're going to see a lot of positioning or lack thereof this week, next week, and the week after. If we hear any kind of change of tune, interest rates to 0, half-point cut, whatever, something, I don't know. Can he flip the switch? Yes. Can Trump flip the switch? Maybe. I don't know if, I mean, probably if, I think retail will get super excited if tariffs was off the table. And that probably is enough to kick the can down the road as far as everything goes. But again, you still have $9 trillion in debt you got to refinance. You need lower interest rates. Because my ChatGPT thinks CoreWeave is core scientific. Oh. Maybe. Last headline. What we got? 565 viewers. I'm telling y'all, it's the best fear greed indicator out there. It is the best. A lot of new peeps today. Welcome. We're not trying to sell you anything, just looking to grow our community. We're a bunch of traders trying to make a buck. Today is a good day for me, $2,200. What does it indicate in your opinion? What does what indicate? Oh, the viewers? Extreme events. So maybe a bottom might be in. People are starting to panic. So they're tuning into the stock traders. So we'll see the same thing on euphoric moves. So like when GME goes nuts, 50% move in a day, we'll have 600, 700, 800 people in here. So it's extremes. There's also those that are looking for fee picks for free. You know what? You can go somewhere else. Those aren't free anymore. What was my peak viewer count? What caused it? COVID. We were getting like 2,000 viewers in COVID, 1,500 to 2,000. I mean, so basically, I've peaked, right? It took the entire Earth sitting at their computers and not allowed to go outside for me to get 2,000 viewers. So I've peaked. There's no. Those are the good old days. We'll always say. Now, yeah, I'm washed up now. What was your best year of trading? COVID. It was my $1.3 million year. My second best year was 950 or 960K. That was the year before. COVID by far was my best years ever. Cores, damn it. Not paying attention here, boys. Getting the moves. Shut up, Hunter.
Crude futures settled at 66.03, down $1.01.
there might be a chance that I get a 5090 pretty soon. I'm just saying, one of our viewers reached out. I don't know if you're listening. They somehow miraculously was able to get one from Micro Center or Best Buy. I can't remember what they said. And they offered it to me, and I said, dude, just flip it for a $1,000, $1,500 profit. And they said to me, flipping it for $1,000 means nothing to me. I was like, okay. Send it my way, bud. It's ugly, though. It's really freaking ugly. It's an ugly one. But you know what? It's a 5090. How much RAM? It's like 24 gigs, right? Of DDR7. Look at this beast. Holy jeez. Is that headline real? OpenAI signs 5-year, yeah, cloud computing contract worth $11.9 billion with CoreWeave. So that's $2 billion a year, right? Their market cap is $2 billion right now. That's got to add up to some. That's good money. Let's see what Yahoo Finance says is their financials, just to make sure that's a big deal for them. CORZ. Don't tell me they blocked this shit. Okay. Total revenue annually, $510 million last year, 500 year before, 640 year before. So this is a big increase in revenue. Okay. I'm in. It's a 30-second cock I'm trying to get ahead on, but I don't know if it'll work or not. %14 short interest. That's something to note as well. That went up to 94 there. Says who? 93. This Bollinger Band's getting in the way here. 96, 98. Five going the wrong way. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, come on. 30-second cock would be over 96 now. Iraq headline about Iran. I think it cracked it. No, it didn't. 96 is still a level. I don't see what you're talking about. I don't see it, Cheese. You'll have to enlighten me. Hexam. This might go here. Levels 96. Oh. How do I learn to use level 2? Practice, man. Doing it for 13 years. All I'm doing is looking at the ask and the time and sales, which you can't see. I'm not looking at this. I have a different window of time and sales. It looks like that. It's just off screen. I can't put everything on the screen. Try over 95 again. Son of a gun. Now it goes. Whatever. Whatever. I got it in the swing account. That thing's killing it. Do I get emotional? I won't be emotional on days that I'm green. So if I'm up $2,000, even if I take a bad trade, I probably won't get emotional. When I go red on the day, $2,000, I do get emotional. I kick chairs. They might even get suplexed. I have to take breaks. Yeah. But do I trade emotionally? No. I do not. I will get emotional, but I will not trade emotionally. It's when you trade emotionally, that's a newbie mistake, which, again, even seasoned traders do it. But it is newbie. That's what gets you in trouble. Time taker. Shut. 5,600 see in a year or two. You calling the bottom there? See you, boss. Think comments. Earnings call March 12th. Are you gonna do it a photo? No. Are you gonna do it a photo? Oh no. Are you gonna poop in the mouth? Oh, you missed! Everything in your watch list? Oh, jeez. Larry Fink says markets are discounting inflation, going to see more inflation over the next 6 to 9 months. So stupid. Soils.
BlackRock CEO Larry Fink says has told Trump administration we're going to run out of electricians for data centers.
Rito is still trading? Can't make this up. All part of the script. All part of the script. What is this? Oh, you missed! You gonna poop in the mouth? Oh, you missed! And no, it's just a poppy. I find these trying to really watch my sugar intake. 5 grams of sugar, and they taste good. They actually taste good. They don't taste like, you know, fake sugar or anything like that. They actually taste good. Larry Fink has informed the Trump administration that there's a looming shortage of electricians for data centers, and he warns that deportations could seriously disrupt the agricultural sector. Why don't I drink a Diet Coke? Because I do drink plenty of artificial sugars, a la Red Bulls and stuff like that. I don't really want to drink more of it. That stuff is not good for you. Are you shopping on your long-term accounts or still waiting? I've nibbled a little bit. Very, very little. I bought VOO at the 200 on the SPY, which should have waited on. I thought we would get a bounce. That was actually more of a trade. We just ripped right through the bitch. And I mean, very small. And I'm close to selling everything in every account I have. We'll see how this week ends. Because again, going back to the head fake that was Jay Powell before, even if I sell here and I end up buying back here, okay, Lottie freaking da, because I'm still going to get the next bull run, right? So if I'm playing it super safe and it ends up, you know, Jay Powell comes and saves the day again, then all I've missed is this, a round trip and whatever. But if it is like the typical pullbacks, then, and I'm selling here, I'm avoiding this. So that's why that's my signal. I make it just simple. I keep it simple. And there's other factors, I'm sure, that are in play in all this. I'm just keeping it simple. Taxable event. Yep. Yep, it can be. Not in a Roth or anything, though. I just buy all the way down. You could do that too, yeah. Get your ears up. That's the real chatter and issue. And no downside. I forgot all about those no downside Bitcoin vehicles. That's nuts. ETH under 1900? Let's take a look at, let's see if the panic is hitting OpenSea. Eh? See if I can go shopping here for some apes. Oh, they haven't even taken a hit. Where's mutants at? They're still at 2. I need to go to 1. When they go to 1, I buy. They're still at freaking $4,000 basically. This is the best stock stream on Twitch. I love it. Thank you, my man. Monkey JPEGs. Yep. Yep. They're good traders, though, when markets get hot and cold. SPY. 3% down day, boys and girl. 3% down day. Oh, do you feel it? I do feel bad for those of you all, which is most of you that do have a retirement account, and you're looking at it and you're like, the hell, man. They are hard moments to go through. But the market always recovers. It's just a matter of when. And if you got money on the sidelines, this is what you've been waiting for, right? I mean, if you zoom out, we're just taking a little turd here compared to where we've been, right? If you've been, I had a buddy of mine. Said, my mom invested in 2006 $5,000 for me. I don't know what she put it in. It's probably not much now. I'm like, that's probably like $30,000-$40,000, dude. And sure enough, he looked it up. It was $40,000 that he just sat and forgot about. I'm like, go mom.
Benzinga market update, S&P futures down 170. The Dow futures down 935.
Down 50K on the day on all accounts. Jeez.
11. Crude is down $1.07 now, 65.97. Natural gas up 10
Look at ETH. These are all ETH tickers here on the high a day, low a day. These are all ETH tickers.
92.80. Bitcoin futures down 89.
Just getting smoked.
78,345. Coming up after the close today, earnings from
My long term down 10K.
That's coming
Well,
up,
if you put it in a little perspective, you've only lost money against people that sold already. Everyone else is down with you. We got HMR 230 we'll watch. They're just going to bring down the 10-year. Can't wait to refinance. Yeah, if they do that, people aren't going to really remember this moment a year from now. If the 10-year gets affordable again, mortgage rates drop, people are able to sell their house, move, people are going to forget all this. And everybody's going to say, remember that buying opportunity? They'll remember as soon as it's over. That's true too. We have a very short-term memory. We just look forward to it being good again. Tomorrow, if it's green. Yeah, maybe. We'll eventually get one of these face ripper days, you know, where the market is just bound, and we're getting close to, you know, kind of stupid drops here in the SPY in the market that we might get that stupid bounce like all the way up to the 90 MA again. I don't know when that happens. Let me put maybe 550 area. That's where we get that bounce, maybe. Dow Jones down 1,000. Really? Ow. Win circuit. We're starting to get that panic selling again. Minus oh, what the heck? You're not going to show a chart here? Okay, make that make sense, E-Turd. You're not going to show the chart here, but I clearly have the chart right here of the same ticker symbol. Anyway, tick, we're getting minus 1,400. So you're getting that real selling now. Tesla low a day again. How do I only have one? When did I sell another one? I don't remember selling another one. Son of a gun.
Members, we're seeing continued weakness in markets, all three indices. Huge losses today. The Dow down 2.5%, S&P down 3.2%, the Nasdaq down 4.55%. See another rush of selling this afternoon into the final hour. No headlines, members. Commentary out by Rubio says Ukraine must cede territory in any peace deal. But we are following some comments out by BlackRock's CEO Fink. Says markets are discounting inflation, going to see more inflation over the next 6 to 9 months.
So what is the greater mandate for the Fed? Employment or inflation? Because they're going to get tested soon. Housing. With no money to buy them. I think we're going to, I think this might be the real.
Note, I want you to know small module reactor stocks, SMR, Oklo, NNE. Note, Google CIO is out with comments on SMRs. Says in terms of small modular reactors, there's a tremendous opportunity in these reactors to all of our existing sites. Watching SMRs on that.
Didn't really pop anything, but made 20 bucks on it. Let me look at some of this other stuff that I really wanted to get in long term. Joby at $6. Yes. Yes. Can you please pull back a little bit more? Any panic selling? Oh. That dog. I know, right? Only been 2 hours.
You smell that? What is that?
What?
What's that smell?
A cologne?
No.
Opportunity.
No. Money.
Okay.
I smell money.
Okay.
All right. HMR popped up. Apple news. Bad news. HMR about to go high a day. What's the headline? $55.50. Really? Software overhaul? That ain't gonna change direction here, bud. ETH gas fees going nuts. A lot of panic. That's what I like to hear. That's the panic. That's what we want. Advantage of these suckers.
Has led to mentions of tariffs and trade wars surging on company transcripts, as well as news publications, to the highest levels on record. And also the spread between the American Association of Individual Investors, the AAII, percentage of bullish and percentage of bearish readings is now at historically extreme levels. 19.4% of respondents reported bullish expectations for the direction of the stock market over the next 6 months, compared to 60.6% that said bearish, leading to a spread of minus 41.2%, which ranks now as the 8th worst reading in its history, going all the way back to 1990. Some market notes for you today on a Monday.
Watch this 250 HMR. Alec Jones's brother. Golly, this thing's going stupid now. The hell?
AAPL, Apple is writing its software overhaul for iPhone, iPad, and Mac. That via Bloomberg News. It's Alpha Alpha Papa Lima. Currently, Apple shares down 5.94% on the session to $224.90. That's Alpha Alpha Papa Lima.
Chuck Jones. Just bleeding out here. put paid nothing. I'm up 98% on it. I mean, it's not even in the money. I'd say it's doing pretty good. All right, in chat, type ones or twos, or type ones in chat if you sold stuff in a long-term portfolio today. You know what? Let's do a poll. Let's just do let's do a poll. It'll only be on Twitch, so I apologize. All right, polls up. It's only on Twitch. I apologize. That's all I could do. HMR 1 minute. Boom, boom, boom. Do stupid stuff. Let's go. Let's go. Quick $200 winner-ish.
Ticker HMR, Hotel Michael Romeo, sure seeing a spike in activity, new highs into the close, HMR.
By the way, if you're interested in what you're hearing, that's Benzinga. And I have the other one, which is Trade Exchange. There's the link for it if you're on Twitch. Highly, highly recommend them. Click those for the coupon links as well. I do get a kickback, but I've been promoting it before I even got a kickback. Great tools. Be sure to do that poll if you're on Twitch. I'm interested to see. I know people are tuning in more today, but I wonder if people are doing anything actionable today. SPX puts. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe we dump lower. And then tomorrow we bounce faces off, right? I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the week we got some insane bounce out of this. By an end of week. Give me that. Because this is pretty brutal now. Sell-off has been consistently negative 1,000 tick, negative 1,500 tick, all the way to negative 1,800 tick. Like now you're getting some people are feeling it. Like if you're looking to buy something, maybe you should sell covered calls or covered. Which one am I trying to say? Looking for an entry. Sell covered calls, right? Yeah. Or puts. Cash puts. Oh, show it. I gotta run. Colin just dropped. All right. What we got here? Jeez. All right. S&P 500 1 minute conditional projections, billions. Conditional expected flows, down big, down small, up big, up small. What am I looking at here, cheese? CTA flows. There is no more sell. HMR with the juice through 3. Jeez. Look at this move. Jeez. Says there's no more to sell. Saying that that's time right now. Huh. Does it say where it came from? Just curious.
Tesla shares continue to be down on the session. TSLA, Tesla down 15.2%, down to $222.78. That is Tango Sierra Lima Alpha.
Cores, maybe 770 break? Imagine if we go green. Oh gosh. 3% move in 40 minutes. That would be outstanding. Probably not likely though, right? You're funny. Oh, May. Trump's live. He's being gated right now. Wherever he was talking. 50 most gruesome vehicle crash you've ever seen. Me when the market goes green. Huh?
You smell that? What is that?
What?
Check a Bow Wow gifting out the sub. Let's go. 22 to the channel now. Let's go, my man.
Opportunity.
Wait, you making that free money?
I smell money.
On those SPX puts? What's this? Someone tagged me in Discord. Oh. We're getting, this is an extreme, this is like kind of a fear of greed. Bearish indicator or whatever. Last time we were this high, it was the October low of 2022.
Which is a Fernweh portfolio company. announces that it has entered a definitive agreement to sell its electrical products group EPG business unit to nVent Electric for an enterprise value of $975 million, subject to customary adjustments. That's NVT November Victor Tango. Shares currently down 3.8% to $52.98 on the session.
The problem I have with that is it's only one time, so it's not a trend. It's not even a coincidence. You got to have it like at least 3 times. I'm not asleep out of the wheel. I'm watching things. Doggy. She's awake. You look at me like that. Can we see? You want to see the dog? There it is. They wanted to see you. That's what I said. Hey. Hey. They wanted to see you. Piss on his leg. Suck a dick, Photo. It's not, I didn't get a dog. No, I'm dog sitting this week. All right, family members going on a fishing trip. Stock picks from the dog. I don't know where they're going. I think they said they're going get some sheep's head or something like that. I don't know. It's salt water. Oh, are we breaking here? Good feeling you turn. About time. No. All right. Let's close this out. 70% winner on that one.
You smell that? What is that?
What?
White noise gifting out the sub. That's what I love to see. When you guys are donoing on a day like today, that means we got some real traders up in here that know what the hell they're doing.
Money. Okay.
He goes fishing at the worst possible times of the day. I think he just does it to appease the family. Oh my gosh.
This room won't be open till your brothers or your sisters come.
HMR giving it back. Yeah, it's pretty big pullback there, huh? Cores is finally going again. Shit. See you good, Banana. I'm calling it a day myself. We're gonna go raid Justine.
Ticker CETR, Charlie Uniform Tango Romeo shows RT spike in activity notes. A company recently filed an 8K saying they will be delisting from the NASDAQ.
Good day. No complaints there. Market's in absolute free fall. And we're sitting up here at $2,500 green. Let's go. Big winners today was Tesla, followed by some others I can't remember. But this is the kind of stuff that makes traders love trading. Is the everybody else is panicking and we're here trying to find stocks to make money on. So good day. You guys are awesome. We'll be back at tomorrow. Same time. No, probably not same time. I'm not getting up at 6:45. So we'll be on at a normal time. See y'all. The dog will be here.